Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin today's attack report, I want to ask you to subscribe to the channel. Your subscription is very important to us, so please subscribe. Also, write now in the comments which city you're watching from. We'd love to know. All of this because, as I steered my beat-up Ford pickup along the winding road leading into the Northern California forest, an unsettling silence descended upon me. The radio, which had been my only companion for the past few hours, crackled and faded into static. I switched it off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the soft hum of the engine. "You've got this, Matt," I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the growing unease. This solo camping trip was supposed to be my chance to clear my head after a messy breakup, but as the dense forest closed in around me, I couldn't help but question my decision. The late afternoon sun filtered through the towering redwoods, casting long shadows across the road. I checked my GPS one last time before the signal disappeared entirely. The campsite was just a few miles ahead, nestled deep in the heart of the wilderness. As I pulled into the small clearing that would serve as my home for the next couple of days, a chill ran down my spine despite the warm summer air. The campsite was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of birds or small animals. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that the wildlife was probably just shy around newcomers. "Home sweet home," I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I began unloading my gear from the truck, the familiar routine of setting up camp helping to calm my nerves. As I hammered the last tent stake into the ground, a twig snapped somewhere in the underbrush behind me. I whirled around, my heart racing, but saw nothing but shadows between the trees. "Get a grip, Wilson," I chided myself. "It's probably just a squirrel." But as I turned back to my task, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder as I finished setting up my campsite. With the tent erected and my sleeping bag rolled out inside, I decided to gather some firewood before it got too dark. The forest floor was littered with fallen branches, making the task easier than I'd anticipated. As I worked, I tried to focus on the peaceful aspects of the woods, the earthy smell of decaying leaves, the soft moss underfoot, the gentle rustle of wind through the canopy above. But every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of movement just at the edge of my vision. Each time I turned to look, there was nothing there. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, playing tricks on my eyes in the fading light. "You're letting your imagination run wild," I told myself firmly. "This is why you needed this trip, to get out of your own head." Returning to my campsite with an armload of wood, I set about building a fire. The familiar task helped ground me, and as the flames flickered to life, I felt some of my anxiety melt away. I settled into my camp chair, opening a can of beans to heat over the fire for dinner. As I ate, I tried to appreciate the solitude, the chance to be alone with my thoughts without the constant buzz of city life. But the silence of the forest was oppressive, broken only by the occasional pop and crackle of the fire. "Maybe I should have brought a book," I mused aloud, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast wilderness. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into darkness, broken only by my small campfire. The flames cast wild, dancing shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. More than once I caught myself staring intently at the edge of the firelight, certain I'd seen something move just beyond its reach. As the night wore on, my exhaustion from the long drive began to catch up with me. I doused the fire, watching as the embers slowly faded to darkness. The night seemed to press in around me, the blackness so complete it was almost tangible. I crawled into my tent, zipping the door closed behind me. The thin fabric felt like a flimsy barrier against the unknown terrors my mind was conjuring in the darkness. I slipped into my sleeping bag, trying to find comfort in its familiar warmth. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, a sound pierced the night, a long, low howl that was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a wolf or a coyote. This was something different. Something primeval and terrifying. I sat bolt upright, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell was that? I whispered, straining my ears for any further sound. For several long minutes I sat frozen in my sleeping bag, barely daring to breathe. The forest had fallen silent again, but it was a tense, waiting silence, as if the whole world was holding its breath. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear, and I lay back down. But sleep was long in coming, and when it did, it was filled with unsettling dreams of dark shapes moving just out of sight and inhuman cries echoing through endless trees. I woke with the dawn feeling groggy and unrested. The events of the night before seemed hazy and dreamlike in the early morning light filtering through the tent walls. I unzipped the door, eager to reassure myself with the normality of a new day. The sight that greeted me stopped me cold. Circling my campsite were a series of massive footprints, far larger than any human foot. They were deeply pressed into the soft earth, as if made by something incredibly heavy. No, I breathed, stumbling out of the tent for a closer look. This can't be real. But as I knelt to examine one of the prints, there was no denying its reality. The impression was clear, showing a foot that was both ape-like and disturbingly human, easily twice the size of my own foot. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Bears? No bear I knew of walked on two legs like this. A hoax? But who would go to such lengths so deep in the wilderness? As the implications of what I was seeing began to sink in, a fresh wave of terror washed over me. Whatever had made these prints had been here, circling my tent while I slept, separated from me by nothing more than a thin layer of nylon. I stood on shaky legs, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow between the trees. The forest that had seemed so peaceful yesterday now felt oppressive and threatening. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. I need to get out of here, I muttered, my voice trembling. But even as I said it, I knew I couldn't leave. Not without understanding what had happened here. Not without proof. With trembling hands, I retrieved my camera from my backpack. I needed evidence, something to show that I wasn't losing my mind. As I photographed the footprints, a plan began to form. I would hike deeper into the forest, following the trail of prints. Maybe I could find more evidence, something that would explain what I'd seen. As I packed a day bag with water, snacks, and my camera, I tried to ignore the voice in the back of my mind screaming at me to run, to get in my truck and never look back. But my curiosity, my need for answers, overrode my fear. With one last look at my campsite, I set off into the forest, following the trail of massive footprints. Little did I know that this decision would lead me into a nightmare beyond anything I could have imagined. An encounter that would change my life forever. As I disappeared into the trees, the forest seemed to close in behind me, swallowing me whole. The adventure that I had hoped would clear my head was about to become a fight for survival against a creature that shouldn't exist. The morning dew clung to my boots as I trudged deeper into the forest, following the trail of massive footprints. My heart raced with each step, a mix of fear and morbid curiosity driving me forward. The dense canopy above filtered the early morning light, casting an eerie green glow over everything. This is insane, I muttered to myself, pausing to catch my breath. What am I even doing? But I knew the answer. I needed to know. I needed to understand what had circled my camp in the night, what had left those impossible footprints. As I hiked, the forest grew denser, the underbrush thicker. The trail of footprints became harder to follow, disappearing in patches of rocky ground or thick moss. More than once I lost the trail entirely, only to pick it up again after minutes of frantic searching. The silence of the forest was oppressive, broken only by my labored breathing and the occasional snap of a twig under my feet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. After what felt like hours of hiking, I stumbled into a small clearing. What I saw there stopped me dead in my tracks, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The clearing was littered with animal carcasses, mostly deer, but these weren't the result of normal predation. The bodies were mangled, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, rib cages crushed as if by immense force. It looked like a slaughterhouse, the ground dark and sticky with dried blood. "Oh God," I choked out, the stench of decay hitting me like a physical blow. I stumbled back, my foot catching on something. I looked down to see a deer skull, cracked and splintered, its empty eye socket staring up at me accusingly. My hands shook as I raised my camera, forcing myself to document the scene. Whatever had done this was no ordinary animal. The level of destruction, the sheer strength required to crush bones like this, it was beyond anything I'd ever seen or heard of. As I moved through the clearing, taking photos, a new scent hit me. It was musky, wild, unlike anything I'd smelled before. And it was fresh. My heart began to race even faster, adrenaline flooding my system. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed evidence. I needed proof. I heard it before I saw it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. Then, movement caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by a thicket, something massive shifted. I caught a glimpse of matted fur, a hulking shape easily 8 feet tall. My breath caught in my throat as I raised my camera with trembling hands. Through the viewfinder, I saw it clearly for the first time. Bigfoot. There was no other word for it. The creature was enormous, its body covered in thick, dark fur. Its face was a nightmarish blend of ape and man, with deep-set eyes that glinted with an unsettling intelligence. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The creature and I locked eyes, and I felt the weight of its gaze like a physical thing. In that instant, I knew with absolute certainty that I was looking at something that should not exist, something that defied everything I thought I knew about the world. Then, with a roar that shook leaves from the trees, it charged. I saw Bigfoot's massive silhouette before it charged at me, leaving me barely conscious and bleeding on the forest floor. The attack was a blur of fur, claws, and unimaginable strength. I was swatted aside like a rag doll, my camera flying from my grasp and shattering against a tree. Pain exploded through my body as I hit the ground hard, the air driven from my lungs. I scrambled backwards, my fingers digging into the soft earth, desperate to put distance between myself and the monster. But it was too fast, too strong. A massive hand closed around my ankle, dragging me back. I lashed out blindly, my fist connecting with coarse fur and solid muscle. It was like punching a brick wall. The creature barely seemed to notice, lifting me effortlessly off the ground. Our faces were inches apart now. I could smell its hot, fetid breath, see the yellowed fangs in its snarling mouth. Those eyes, so unnervingly intelligent, were filled with primal rage. "Please," I gasped, though I knew it was futile. This wasn't a creature capable of mercy or understanding. This was a force of nature, a predator beyond anything the modern world was prepared for. With a roar that felt like it split my eardrums, the creature hurled me through the air. I slammed into a tree trunk, pain exploding through my back and head. As I crumpled to the ground, my vision blurring, I saw the massive shape of Bigfoot lumbering towards me. This is it, I thought. This is how I die. But then, distantly, I heard voices, human voices calling out. A hiking group maybe, or park rangers. The sound seemed to give the creature pause. For a moment, it stood over me, its massive form blotting out the sky. I could see the conflict in its eyes, the urge to finish me off warring with the instinct to flee from human contact. Then, with a final, rumbling growl, it turned and crashed off into the underbrush. The forest seemed to swallow it whole, leaving no trace of its passage. I lay there, battered and bleeding, struggling to stay conscious. My whole body was a symphony of pain, but I was alive. Somehow, against all odds, I was alive. As the voices grew closer, I tried to call out, but all that emerged was a weak croak. My vision was fading, darkness creeping in at the edges. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was a face appearing above me, eyes wide with shock and concern. "Oh my God," a distant voice said. What happened to him? But I couldn't answer. I was falling into darkness, the memory of those inhuman eyes following me down into oblivion. My encounter with the impossible was over, but I knew, even as consciousness slipped away, that my ordeal was far from over. The real challenge would be getting anyone to believe what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. As the darkness took me, one thought echoed in my mind. Who would believe in monsters? I came to with a jolt, pain radiating through every fiber of my being. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or what had happened. Then it all came flooding back. The massive footprints, the clearing full of mangled animals, and those terrifying, intelligent eyes. Bigfoot. I had seen Bigfoot, and it had nearly killed me. I lay still, trying to assess my injuries. My back felt like it was on fire where I'd hit the tree, and my head throbbed mercilessly. I could feel sticky warmth on my face, blood, probably from a gash on my forehead. But I was alive, and nothing seemed to be broken. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up to a sitting position. The clearing was empty now, no sign of the hikers whose voices I'd heard before passing out. Had I imagined them? How long had I been unconscious? Hello? I called out weakly, my voice hoarse and barely above a whisper. Is anyone there? Only the eerie silence of the forest answered me. I was alone. The realization sent a fresh wave of panic through me. The creature could still be out there, waiting. I had to move, had to get away. With a groan of pain, I hauled myself to my feet, using a nearby tree for support. The world swam around me, and I had to close my eyes for a moment to fight off a wave of nausea. Come on, Matt, I muttered to myself. You've got to move. Now. I took a tentative step, then another. Each movement sent spikes of pain through my battered body, but I forced myself to keep going. I had no idea which direction would lead me back to my campsite or to safety, so I simply picked a direction and started walking. The forest seemed different now, more menacing. Every shadow held the potential for danger. Every rustle of leaves could be the creature returning to finish what it had started. I found myself jumping at every sound, my heart racing constantly. As I stumbled through the underbrush, I tried to make sense of what had happened. I had seen something impossible, something that shouldn't exist. And yet the pain in my body, the terror still coursing through my veins, it was all too real. Focus, I told myself sternly. You can freak out later. Right now, you need to survive. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green twilight of the forest. My only goal was to put as much distance between myself and that clearing as possible. Eventually, I came across a small stream. The sight of water made me realize how parched I was. I fell to my knees at the water's edge, cupping my hands to drink greedily. The cold water was a shock to my system, bringing a moment of clarity. I splashed water on my face, wincing as it stung the cut on my forehead. As I washed away the dried blood, I caught my reflection in the stream. I barely recognized myself. My face was pale and drawn, my eyes wide with a fear that I couldn't quite hide. What am I going to do? I whispered to my reflection. Who's going to believe me? A snapping twig behind me made me whirl around, heart leaping into my throat. There was nothing there, but the fear remained. I couldn't stay here. I forced myself to my feet again, deciding to follow the stream. Water meant life, and maybe it would lead me to civilization. As I walked, I tried to think logically about my situation. I needed help. That much was clear. But who would believe my story? Even I was having trouble believing it, and I had lived through it. The light was beginning to fade as evening approached. The thought of being in this forest after dark, with that thing out there, was terrifying. I picked up my pace, ignoring the protests of my battered body. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, I heard a sound that made my heart leap, the distant rumble of a car engine. Civilization. I veered towards the sound, pushing through the underbrush with renewed energy. Suddenly, the trees thinned, and I found myself stumbling onto a narrow dirt road. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching. I waved my arms frantically, not caring how I must look, bloody, bruised, and wild-eyed. The car, an old pickup truck, slowed to a stop. An elderly man peered out at me, his eyes widening in shock. "Good Lord, son," he exclaimed. "What happened to you?" I opened my mouth to explain, but how could I possibly put into words what I had experienced? How could I make this stranger understand the terror I had faced? I was attacked, I managed to stammer out. "In the forest. Please, I need help." The old man's face softened with concern. "Get in," he said, reaching over to open the passenger door. "I'll take you to the hospital in town." As I climbed into the truck, relief washed over me. I was safe. I had escaped. But as we drove away from the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that this ordeal was far from over. The memory of those intelligent, terrifying eyes still haunted me, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that somewhere in those dark woods, Bigfoot was still out there. The old man kept glancing at me as he drove, clearly wanting to ask more questions but holding back. I was grateful for his restraint. I didn't know how to explain what had happened to me, didn't know if I even wanted to try. As the forest receded behind us and the lights of the town came into view, I felt a mix of relief and dread. I was safe now, away from the immediate danger, but I knew that the real challenge was just beginning. How could I possibly make anyone believe what I had seen? How could I convey the terror, the impossibility of my encounter? As the truck rumbled towards the hospital, I closed my eyes, trying to prepare myself for the disbelief and skepticism I knew was coming. The nightmare in the forest was over, but a new ordeal was just beginning. And somewhere in the darkness behind us, a creature that shouldn't exist roamed free, waiting for its next encounter with the unsuspecting world of humans. The old pickup truck rumbled to a stop in front of the small-town hospital. My rescuer, who had introduced himself as Earl during our short drive, turned to me with concern etched on his weathered face. "You sure you don't want me to come in with you, son?" he asked, his voice gruff but kind. I shook my head, wincing at the pain the movement caused. "No thank you, Earl. You've done more than enough. I'll be okay from here." As I climbed out of the truck, my legs nearly buckled beneath me. The adrenaline that had kept me going was wearing off, and the full extent of my injuries was making itself known. "Take care, young man," Earl called out as he drove away. "Hope you find whatever it is you're looking for." If only he knew, I thought grimly. I limped into the emergency room, the bright fluorescent lights a stark contrast to the dim forest I'd been in just hours ago. The nurse at the reception desk looked up, her eyes widening as she took in my battered appearance. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, rushing around the desk to help me. "What happened to you?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could I possibly explain? I was attacked, I finally managed. In the forest. The nurse, whose name tag read Sarah, guided me to a nearby chair. Attacked by what? A bear? For a moment I was tempted to say yes. A bear attack would be believable, normal. But the memory of those intelligent eyes, that impossible strength, I couldn't lie. "No," I said softly. "It wasn't a bear." Before Sarah could ask any more questions, a doctor appeared. Dr. Anderson, according to his badge, was a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. "Let's get you looked at," he said, helping me to an examination room. As Dr. Anderson cleaned and dressed my wounds, he asked me to recount what had happened. I told him everything. The footprints, the clearing full of mangled animals, the creature itself. As I spoke, I could see the skepticism growing in his eyes. "Mr. Wilson," he said when I finished, his voice carefully neutral, "you've suffered a significant trauma. It's not uncommon for the mind to create explanations in times of extreme stress." I felt a surge of frustration. "I'm not making this up," I insisted. "I know what I saw." Dr. Anderson nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. Of course. We'll run some tests, make sure there's no head trauma or internal injuries. The next few hours passed in a blur of X-rays, CT scans, and blood tests. Each medical professional who examined me had the same look of disbelief when I recounted my story. By the time I was settled into a hospital room for overnight observation, I was exhausted and disheartened. As I lay in the sterile hospital bed, the events of the past day played on repeat in my mind. The terror of the encounter was still fresh, but now it was mixed with a growing sense of isolation. No one believed me. How could they? I barely believed it myself. Sleep eluded me that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that massive silhouette, felt the impact of being thrown against the tree. The beeping of the hospital machines became the creature's growl in my mind. Morning came, bringing with it a visit from the local sheriff. Sheriff Tanner was a tall, imposing man with a skeptical frown etched on his face. "Mr. Wilson," he began, pulling up a chair next to my bed, "I'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened in the forest." I nodded, steeling myself for another round of disbelief. As I recounted my story once again, I could see the sheriff's expression shift from concern to doubt to something close to pity. "Son," he said when I finished, "I've been policing these woods for over 30 years. We've had our share of animal attacks, but nothing like what you're describing. Are you sure you're not confused about what happened?" "I know what I saw," I insisted, my voice rising with frustration. "It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion or anything else you might think. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist." Sheriff Tanner sighed, jotting something down in his notebook. "We'll send a team out to investigate the area where you were camping, but I have to be honest with you, Mr. Wilson. Without any concrete evidence, there's not much we can do." After the sheriff left, Dr. Anderson returned with my discharge papers. "Physically, you're going to be fine," he assured me. "Some bruising, a mild concussion, but nothing permanent. However," he hesitated, "I'd like to recommend you speak with someone about your experience. Trauma can affect us in unexpected ways." I knew what he was implying, that I was delusional, that my mind had invented a fantastical explanation for a simple animal attack. But I knew the truth. I had seen something impossible, something that defied explanation. As I signed the discharge papers, a thought struck me. "My campsite," I said. "I need to go back and get my things." Dr. Anderson frowned. "Are you sure that's wise, given what you've been through?" "I'll be fine," I assured him, even as doubt gnawed at me. "I just need to get my stuff and go home." Against the doctor's advice, I called a cab to take me back to the campsite. The drive seemed to take forever, each mile bringing me closer to the scene of my nightmare. When we finally arrived at the small parking area near the trailhead, I asked the driver to wait. "I'll only be a few minutes," I promised. As I approached my campsite, my heart raced. Everything looked normal. My tent still standing, my cooler untouched. But the feeling of being watched, of imminent danger, was overwhelming. I quickly gathered my belongings, throwing everything haphazardly into my backpack. As I was about to leave, something caught my eye. There at the edge of the clearing was a single massive footprint. My breath caught in my throat. Proof. Finally, something to show that I wasn't crazy, that what I had experienced was real. But as I approached the print, my heart sank. The edges were already crumbling, the shape distorting. By the time anyone else saw it, it would be nothing more than a vague depression in the dirt. With a heavy heart, I returned to the waiting cab. As we drove away from the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving something unfinished behind. The creature was still out there, and I was the only one who knew the truth. But who would believe me? As the forest receded in the rearview mirror, I realized that my ordeal was far from over. The physical danger might have passed, but the challenge of living with this impossible truth was just beginning. I closed my eyes, the memory of those intelligent, terrifying eyes still vivid in my mind. Somewhere in those dark woods, a creature that shouldn't exist roamed free. and I was the only one who knew the truth. The days following my return from the forest were a blur of disbelief, frustration, and mounting anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even in the safety of my own apartment. Every shadow seemed to hide a lurking threat. Every unexpected sound made me jump. It was on the third day after my encounter that I received a call from Sheriff Tanner. "Mr. Wilson," his gruff voice came through the phone. "We've completed our initial investigation of the area you described. I was hoping you might come down to the station to discuss our findings." My heart raced. Had they found something? Was this finally the validation I'd been desperately seeking? "Of course," I replied, trying to keep the eagerness out of my voice. "I'll be there right away." The drive to the sheriff's station felt interminable. My mind raced with possibilities. Had they found more footprints? Evidence of the creature's lair? Maybe even photographic evidence? As I walked into the station, I could feel the eyes of the deputies on me. Word had clearly spread about the crazy camper who claimed to have seen Bigfoot. I did my best to ignore their stares and whispers as I was led to Sheriff Tanner's office. The sheriff greeted me with a nod, gesturing for me to take a seat. His face was unreadable, and I felt my hope begin to waver. "Mr. Wilson," he began, his tone carefully neutral, "I want to thank you for coming in. We've conducted a thorough search of the area you described, and I wanted to share our findings with you personally." I leaned forward, my heart pounding. "What did you find?" Sheriff Tanner sighed, pulling out a file. "We found your campsite, just as you described it. There were some animal tracks in the area, consistent with local wildlife. Deer, raccoons, that sort of thing." "But the footprints," I interjected. "The large humanoid footprints. Did you find those?" The sheriff's expression softened slightly. "Mr. Wilson, we found no evidence of any unusual footprints in the area. The ground was disturbed in some places, but nothing that couldn't be explained by normal forest activity." I felt my stomach drop. But I saw them. They were there, clear as day." "I understand that's what you believe you saw," Sheriff Tanner said gently. "But the fact is we found no physical evidence to support your claims." "What about the clearing?" I asked desperately. "The one with the animal carcasses?" The sheriff shook his head. "We found no such clearing. There were some animal remains in the area, but nothing out of the ordinary for a forest ecosystem. Mostly the result of natural predation by local wildlife." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How could all trace of what I'd seen have vanished? It didn't make sense. "Mr. Wilson," Sheriff Tanner continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "I have to ask, is there any chance that your recollection of events might be confused? The doctor's report mentioned a concussion. It's possible that the trauma of whatever happened out there might have affected your memory." I felt a surge of anger and frustration. "I know what I saw," I insisted, my voice rising. "It wasn't a hallucination or a dream. It was real." The sheriff held up his hands in a placating gesture. "I'm not saying you're lying, son. I'm just trying to understand what happened out there. Without any physical evidence, it's difficult for us to pursue this further." I slumped back in my chair, the fight draining out of me. How could I make them understand when there was no proof? As if reading my thoughts, Sheriff Tanner leaned forward. "Look, I've got a friend who might be able to help. Dr. Sarah Jenkins. She's a cryptozoologist. Studies animals that haven't been proven to exist. Maybe talking to her might help you make sense of what you experienced." I nodded numbly, taking the card he offered me. At this point, I was willing to try anything. Leaving the sheriff's station, I felt more lost than ever. The one piece of evidence I thought I had, the footprint at my campsite, was gone. Had I imagined it? Was I really losing my mind? Desperate for answers, I decided to take Sheriff Tanner's advice and contact Dr. Jenkins. Her office was located in a small, cluttered building on the outskirts of town. As I entered, I was immediately struck by the eclectic decor. Photos of supposed cryptids, plaster casts of strange footprints, and shelves lined with books on everything from the Loch Ness Monster to the Chupacabra. Dr. Jenkins herself was a small, energetic woman with bright eyes that lit up when I introduced myself. "Matt Wilson," she exclaimed, shaking my hand enthusiastically. "Sheriff Tanner called ahead. I understand you've had quite an experience." For the next hour, I recounted my story once again, this time to an audience that seemed genuinely interested. Dr. Jenkins listened intently, asking detailed questions about the creature's appearance, behavior, and the environment where I encountered it. When I finished, she sat back, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Mr. Wilson, what you've described is fascinating. It aligns with many reported Bigfoot encounters, but the level of aggression you experienced is unusual." "So you believe me?" I asked, hope rising in my chest. Dr. Jenkins smiled gently. "I believe that you believe what you saw, and I've heard enough similar accounts to know that something is out there. But without physical evidence..." My heart sank. Even here, in this haven for believers in the impossible, I couldn't find full validation. "The problem," Dr. Jenkins continued, "is that Bigfoot, if it exists, is incredibly elusive. It's possible that the creature you encountered cleaned up after itself, removing evidence of its presence. Some theorists believe they possess near-human intelligence." I shuddered, remembering those terrifyingly intelligent eyes. "So what do I do now?" I asked, feeling lost. Dr. Jenkins leaned forward, her expression serious. "You've had a traumatic experience, Mr. Wilson. Whether it was a Bigfoot or something else, the fear and pain you experienced were real. My advice would be to focus on processing that trauma. And if you ever feel ready to share your story more widely, there are communities of people who have had similar experiences. You're not alone in this." As I left Dr. Jenkins's office, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, it was a relief to have someone take my story seriously. On the other, I was no closer to proving what I'd seen. The sun was setting as I drove home, casting long shadows across the road. As I passed the forest where my nightmare had begun, I couldn't help but glance at the dark trees. Was it out there, watching? Would anyone ever believe me? I realized then that this was my new reality. I had seen something impossible, something that defied explanation. And now I had to live with that knowledge, carrying the weight of a truth that no one else believed. As I pulled into my driveway, I made a decision. I wouldn't let this experience define me. I would find a way to move forward, to live with what I'd seen. But I would never forget, and I would always wonder what else might be out there, hidden in the shadows of our world. The night after my visit to Dr. Jenkins' office, I found myself wide awake, staring at the ceiling of my bedroom. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those terrifying, intelligent eyes staring back at me. The memory of the attack was so vivid, so real, that I could almost feel the creature's hot breath on my face. A sudden crash from outside made me bolt upright, my heart racing. Logically, I knew it was probably just a raccoon knocking over a trash can, but my mind immediately conjured images of a massive fur-covered hand reaching for my window. "Get a grip, Matt," I muttered to myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Sleep was clearly not an option, so I decided to make some coffee and try to distract myself. As I walked into the kitchen, my eyes fell on the business card Dr. Jenkins had given me. On the back, she had scribbled a web address for an online forum dedicated to Bigfoot encounters. With nothing else to do, I fired up my laptop and navigated to the site. As I scrolled through the posts, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, it was somewhat comforting to know that I wasn't alone in my experience. On the other, the sheer number of reported sightings made me question the validity of my own encounter. If Bigfoot was so common, why wasn't there more concrete evidence? I created an account and began to type out my story. As I wrote, the memories came flooding back. The massive footprints, the clearing full of mangled animals, the terrifying charge of the creature. My hands shook as I described the attack, reliving the moment of pure terror when I realized I was face to face with something that shouldn't exist. Just as I was about to hit post, I hesitated. What if someone recognized the details? What if this somehow got back to my friends, my family, my co-workers? I could already imagine their reactions: pity, disbelief, maybe even mockery. With a sigh, I closed the browser without posting. The rest of the night passed in a haze of caffeine and paranoia. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of the house made me jump. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I must have dozed off at some point because I was jolted awake by my phone ringing. It was my best friend, Mike. "Matt, where have you been, man? I've been trying to reach you for days." I rubbed my eyes, trying to focus. "Sorry, Mike. I've been dealing with some stuff." "Are you okay? You sound terrible." I hesitated. Mike had been my friend since college. If anyone would believe me, it would be him, right? "Actually, Mike, something happened. Something I can't really explain." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "What do you mean? Are you in trouble?" No, nothing like that. It's just, I saw something in the woods, something that shouldn't exist." I could almost hear Mike's frown through the phone. "Matt, you're not making any sense. What are you talking about?" Taking a deep breath, I launched into my story. I told him everything: the camping trip, the footprints, the creature, the attack. As I spoke, I realized how unbelievable it all sounded even to my own ears. When I finished, there was a long silence. Finally, Mike spoke, his voice careful. "Matt, are you sure you're okay? This sounds... Bigfoot? Really?" I felt a surge of frustration. "I know how it sounds, Mike, but I'm telling you, it was real. I saw it with my own eyes." Okay, Mike said, clearly trying to placate me. "Look, why don't I come over? We can talk about this face to face." I agreed, but as soon as I hung up, I regretted it. How could I make him understand when I barely understood it myself? Mike arrived an hour later, his face etched with concern as he took in my disheveled appearance and the dark circles under my eyes. "Jesus, Matt," he said as he stepped inside. "You look like hell." I managed a weak smile. "Yeah, well, being attacked by a mythical creature will do that to you." Mike's expression tightened. "About that, Matt, I'm worried about you. This story, it's not like you. Are you sure you didn't hit your head or something out there?" "I didn't imagine it, Mike," I said, my voice rising. "I know what I saw. It was real." Mike held up his hands in a placating gesture. Okay. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you did see something. Have you talked to anyone about this? A professional, maybe?" I laughed bitterly. "You mean a shrink?" "Yeah, that'll go over well." "Doctor, I'm here because I was attacked by Bigfoot. They'll have me committed." "I'm just trying to help, man," Mike said, his voice tinged with frustration. "This isn't like you. You've always been the rational one, the skeptic. And now you're talking about monsters in the woods?" His words hit me hard. He was right. I had always prided myself on my rationality, my skepticism. And now here I was, sounding like a crazy person, insisting on the existence of a creature I'd always dismissed as a myth. "I don't know what to do, Mike," I admitted, slumping onto the couch. "I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see it. I can still smell its breath, feel its strength. It was real. But nobody believes me." Mike sat down next to me, his face softening. "Look, I don't know what happened out there, but I do know that you're not okay. Whatever you experienced, it's clearly traumatized you. Maybe you should talk to someone. Not about Bigfoot necessarily, but about how you're feeling." I nodded, too tired to argue anymore. "Maybe you're right." As Mike left, promising to check in on me later, I felt more alone than ever. Even my best friend thought I was losing my mind. And maybe I was. How could I trust my own memories when they defied everything I thought I knew about the world? I walked to the window, looking out at the street. Everything seemed so normal, so ordinary. People going about their day, blissfully unaware of the terrors that might be lurking in the wilderness just beyond the edge of town. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across my living room, I made a decision. I couldn't go on like this, jumping at shadows and doubting my own sanity. I needed answers. I needed proof. With trembling hands, I picked up my phone and dialed Dr. Jenkins' number. When she answered, I took a deep breath. "Dr. Jenkins, it's Matt Wilson. I need your help. I need to go back to the forest." Dr. Jenkins' voice crackled over the phone, a mix of concern and excitement. "Matt, are you sure about this, returning to the scene so soon after your traumatic experience?" I cut her off, my voice steadier than I felt. "I need to do this, Dr. Jenkins. I need answers. Will you help me?" There was a pause, then a sigh. "All right, Matt, but we do this my way. Safe, controlled, and during daylight hours. Meet me at my office tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp." As I hung up, a mixture of relief and dread washed over me. I was going back to where it all happened. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but I pushed the fear aside. I needed this. I needed closure. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind racing with possibilities. What if we found evidence? What if we didn't? What if it was still out there? The next morning dawned bright and clear, a stark contrast to the turmoil in my mind. I arrived at Dr. Jenkins' office 10 minutes early, my hands shaking slightly as I knocked on the door. Dr. Jenkins greeted me with a reassuring smile, her eyes sharp behind her glasses. "Matt, good morning. Are you ready for this?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. She led me to her car, the back seat loaded with equipment, cameras, plaster casting materials, sample collection kits. It was clear she was taking this seriously, and I felt a surge of gratitude. The drive to the forest was tense, filled with Dr. Jenkins' attempts at reassuring small talk. As we neared the trailhead where my nightmare had begun, my heart began to race. "We're here," Dr. Jenkins announced, parking the car. "Remember, Matt, we stay together at all times. If at any point you feel uncomfortable or want to leave, just say the word." I nodded, taking a deep breath as I stepped out of the car. The forest loomed before us, peaceful in the morning light. It was hard to believe that just days ago, it had been the setting for the most terrifying experience of my life. We started down the trail, Dr. Jenkins documenting everything with her camera. I led the way, retracing my steps from that fateful day. As we walked, the memories came flooding back, the eerie silence, the feeling of being watched. "This is where I first saw the footprints," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Jenkins knelt, examining the ground closely. "There's some disturbance here," she murmured, "but nothing definitive. Let's keep going." As we pressed deeper into the forest, my anxiety grew. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. Dr. Jenkins noticed my discomfort. "Matt, are you all right? We can turn back if—" "No," I cut her off. "We need to keep going. It's just up ahead." And then we were there, the clearing, the scene of my attack. I froze at the edge, my breath coming in short gasps. Dr. Jenkins put a hand on my shoulder. "Take your time, Matt. I'm right here with you." Steeling myself, I stepped into the clearing. It looked normal. No sign of the carnage I had witnessed, no massive footprints, just a peaceful forest glade. "This is where it happened," I said, my voice shaking. "This is where I saw it, where it attacked me." Dr. Jenkins nodded, her face serious. She began to methodically document the area, taking photos, collecting samples. I stood in the center of the clearing, turning slowly, trying to reconcile my memories with the peaceful scene before me. And then I saw it, a flash of movement at the edge of the clearing. My heart leapt into my throat. "Dr. Jenkins," I whispered urgently. "Over there, I saw something move." She was at my side in an instant, camera at the ready. We both stared intently at the spot I had indicated, barely breathing. For a long moment, Nothing happened. Then, suddenly, a massive shape emerged from the underbrush. My blood ran cold. It was him. The creature. Bigfoot. Oh my God. Dr. Jenkins breathed beside me. It's real. It's actually real. The creature stood at the edge of the clearing, its massive form unmistakable. Those intelligent eyes locked onto us, and I felt a primal fear grip me. Dr. Jenkins, I said, my voice barely audible. We need to go. Now. But she was frozen, her camera clicking rapidly as she documented the impossible sight before us. The creature took a step forward, and I felt my legs go weak. Dr. Jenkins, please, I begged. We have to leave. It's not safe. As if hearing my words, the creature's demeanor changed. Its lips pulled back in a snarl, revealing yellowed fangs. And then it charged. Run! I screamed, grabbing Dr. Jenkins's arm and pulling her with me. We crashed through the underbrush, the sound of the creature's pursuit close behind us. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but terror lent me speed. Dr. Jenkins stumbled beside me, and I hauled her to her feet, never breaking stride. I could hear the creature's heavy breathing, feel the ground shake with its footsteps. It was gaining on us. In desperation, I veered off the path, pulling Dr. Jenkins with me into a dense thicket. We huddled there, barely daring to breathe as the sound of the creature's pursuit thundered past us. For long, agonizing minutes we waited, straining our ears for any sign of its return. Finally, when the forest had fallen silent once more, I dared to speak. I think it's gone. Dr. Jenkins nodded, her face pale and shocked. Matt, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have. It's okay, I cut her off. We're alive. That's what matters. As we made our way back to the car, moving as quietly as we could, the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. We had seen it. We had proof. But as we reached the parking lot, Dr. Jenkins let out a cry of dismay. Her camera was gone, lost in our frantic flight through the forest. All that evidence, she moaned. Gone. I felt a strange mix of disappointment and relief. Part of me had wanted proof, something to validate my experience to the world. But another part, a larger part, was glad. The creature's secret was safe. And maybe, just maybe, that was for the best. As we drove away from the forest, leaving the nightmare behind us once more, I realized something. I didn't need the world to believe me. I knew the truth. And that was enough. Dr. Jenkins was silent for most of the drive, lost in her own thoughts. As we neared town, she finally spoke. Matt, what we saw today, it changes everything. What do we do now? I looked out at the passing landscape, the normal, everyday world that now seemed so different. We keep it to ourselves, I said finally. Some truths are too big for the world to handle. She nodded slowly, understanding in her eyes. As we parted ways, she gripped my hand tightly. Thank you, Matt, for showing me the truth. I watched her drive away, feeling a strange sense of peace settle over me. The nightmare was over. The forest and its secrets were behind me. And while the memory of those intelligent, terrifying eyes would stay with me forever, I knew I could face whatever came next. As I turned towards home, I felt like I was closing a chapter of my life. The mystery of Bigfoot would remain unsolved, at least to the wider world. But I knew the truth. And sometimes, that's all that matters. The events of the day had left me exhausted, both physically and emotionally. After parting ways with Dr. Jenkins, I returned to my apartment, desperate for some semblance of normalcy. But as night fell, I found myself restless, unable to shake the feeling that something was unfinished. I paced my living room, replaying the day's events in my mind. The sight of Bigfoot emerging from the underbrush, those intelligent eyes locking onto us, the terror of the chase. It was all so vivid. And yet, once again, I had no proof. No evidence to show the world that what I had experienced was real. As midnight approached, I made a decision that I knew was foolish, even dangerous, but I couldn't help myself. I needed closure. I needed answers. With trembling hands, I grabbed my car keys and a flashlight. I hesitated for a moment, then grabbed my old digital camera as well. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The drive back to the forest was surreal. The roads were empty, the world silent except for the hum of my engine. As I approached the trailhead, my heart began to race. What was I doing? This was madness. But I couldn't turn back now. I parked my car and stepped out into the cool night air. The forest loomed before me, dark and forbidding. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam seeming pitifully small against the vast darkness. "You can do this, Matt," I muttered to myself, trying to summon courage I didn't feel. Just a quick look around, in and out. I started down the trail, my every sense on high alert. The forest at night was a different world. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and every sound was amplified. An owl hooted in the distance, making me jump. As I neared the clearing where I had encountered the creature earlier that day, my pace slowed. Fear gripped me, urging me to turn back. But I pressed on, driven by a need I couldn't fully explain. The clearing looked different in the darkness. My flashlight beam swept across the ground, catching on disturbed earth and broken branches. Signs of our frantic flight earlier, or something else? I raised my camera, snapping a few photos. The flash momentarily illuminated the clearing, casting eerie shadows. As I lowered the camera, movement caught my eye. My breath caught in my throat. There, at the edge of the clearing, was a massive silhouette. For a moment I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then it moved and I knew. Bigfoot. It was here. The creature's eyes reflected the light of my flashlight, two pinpricks of eerie intelligence in the darkness. We stared at each other, frozen in a moment of mutual recognition. Then, with a low, rumbling growl that I felt more than heard, it charged. Terror lent me speed as I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. In my panic, I lost all sense of direction. I was running blindly through the forest, my only thought to put distance between myself and the monster pursuing me. Suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath my feet. I tumbled down a steep embankment, my world spinning. I landed hard, the impact driving the air from my lungs. For a moment, I lay there dazed and gasping for breath. Then I heard it, the sound of heavy breathing coming closer. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain shooting through my body. My flashlight was gone, lost in the fall. In the dim moonlight filtering through the trees, I could just make out a fallen log nearby. Without thinking, I dove behind it, trying to make myself as small as possible. The creature's footsteps grew louder, then stopped. I could hear it sniffing the air, searching for me. I held my breath, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. For what felt like an eternity, I huddled there, terror coursing through my veins. The creature was so close I could hear its breathing, smell its musky animal scent. Then, miraculously, the footsteps began to move away. Slowly at first, then faster, until the sound faded into the distance. I remained frozen in place, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. Only when the forest had been silent for several long minutes did I dare to peek out from my hiding place. The clearing was empty. Bigfoot was gone. On shaky legs, I stood up, wincing at the pain in my battered body. I had to get out of here. I had to get back to my car. As I stumbled through the forest, trying to find my way back to the trail, a glint of something metallic caught my eye. My camera. It must have fallen during my headlong flight. With trembling hands, I picked it up. The casing was cracked, but it still seemed to be working. Had I managed to capture any images of the creature? I wanted to check, but fear kept me moving. I needed to get out of this forest. I could examine the photos later when I was safe. It felt like hours, but finally I stumbled out of the tree line and into the parking lot where I'd left my car. I all but fell into the driver's seat, locking the doors behind me. As I sat there, trying to calm my racing heart, I looked down at the camera in my hands. This could be it. The proof I'd been seeking. With shaking fingers, I turned it on and navigated to the photo gallery. My heart sank. The screen was cracked, the images distorted and unclear. I could make out vague shapes, shadows, but nothing definitive. Nothing that would prove what I'd seen. A mix of disappointment and relief washed over me. Part of me had wanted proof, something to validate my experience to the world. But another part, a larger part, was glad. The creature's secret was safe. And maybe, just maybe, that was for the best. As I started the car and began the drive home, I realized something. I didn't need the world to believe me. I knew the truth. I had seen Bigfoot not once, but twice. I had looked into those intelligent eyes, felt the terror of being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. The experience had changed me, in ways I was only beginning to understand. But as I drove away from the forest for what I promised myself would be the last time, I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. The mystery of Bigfoot would remain unsolved, at least to the wider world. But I knew the truth, and sometimes that's all that matters. That's all that. As the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, I made a decision. It was time to put this behind me. Time to move forward. But I knew that the memory of those encounters, the terror and the wonder of them, would stay with me forever. And somewhere out there, in the depths of the forest, Bigfoot roamed free. A living, breathing impossibility. A secret I would carry with me for the rest of my life. The morning sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon as I pulled into my driveway. My entire body ached from the night's ordeal, and my mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. I stumbled into my house, barely remembering to lock the door behind me. As I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror, I froze. My clothes were torn and dirty, my face scratched and bruised. I looked like I'd been through hell, and in a way, I had. The reality of what had happened, what I'd seen, came crashing down on me. I'd encountered Bigfoot not once but twice. I'd looked into its eyes, felt its breath on my skin, heard its roar echo through the forest. And yet I had nothing to show for it. No proof, no evidence. Just my battered body and my unbelievable story. I sank onto my couch, my head in my hands. What was I going to do? Who could I tell? Who would believe me? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, my phone rang. It was Mike. "Matt, where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you all night." I took a deep breath. Mike was my best friend. If anyone would believe me, it would be him, right? "Mike, I need to talk to you. Can you come over?" There must have been something in my voice because Mike's tone immediately changed from irritation to concern. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. True to his word, Mike arrived shortly after. As soon as he saw me, his eyes widened in shock. "Jesus, Matt, what happened to you?" I gestured for him to sit down. "Mike, I need you to listen to me. What I'm about to tell you is going to sound crazy, but I swear it's the truth." And so I told him everything. The initial encounter in the forest, my return with Dr. Jenkins, and my foolish solo expedition the night before. As I spoke, I could see the disbelief growing in Mike's eyes. When I finished, there was a long, uncomfortable silence. Finally, Mike spoke, his voice careful and measured. "Matt, buddy, I think you need help. Professional help." His words hit me like a physical blow. "You don't believe me." Mike sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, I believe that you believe what you're saying. But Bigfoot? Come on, Matt. You're a rational guy. You know how impossible this sounds." "I know how it sounds," I snapped, frustration boiling over. "But it's the truth, Mike. I saw it. I felt it. It was real." Mike held up his hands in a placating gesture. Okay. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you did see something. Have you considered that maybe it wasn't what you think it was? Stress, fear, the darkness, they can all play tricks on your mind. I shook my head vehemently. "It wasn't a trick, it wasn't my imagination. It was real, Mike. I know what I saw." "All right," Mike said, his voice gentle. "Then where's your proof? You said you had a camera. Where are the photos?" I reached for the battered camera on the coffee table, turning it on. The cracked screen flickered to life, showing the blurry, distorted images I'd captured. Mike squinted at the screen. "Matt, I don't see anything here. Just some blurry shapes and shadows." "The camera was damaged in the fall," I explained, frustration coloring my voice. "But it was there, Mike. I swear it was there." Mike was silent for a long moment, studying me with a mixture of concern and pity. "Matt, I think you should talk to someone. A therapist, maybe. Whatever happened out there, it's clearly affected you deeply." "I don't need a therapist," I shouted, jumping to my feet. "I need someone to believe me." Mike stood up too, his hands raised. "I'm trying to help you, Matt. You're not acting like yourself. This whole story, it's not you." I turned away, unable to bear the look in his eyes. "Maybe you should go." I heard Mike sigh behind me. "All right. But please, Matt, think about what I said. Get some help, and call me if you need anything, okay?" As the door closed behind Mike, I felt more alone than ever. My best friend thought I was losing my mind, and maybe I was. How could I trust my own memories when they defied everything I thought I knew about the world? Desperate for some kind of validation, I turned on my computer and navigated to the Bigfoot enthusiasts forum I'd found earlier. With shaking hands, I typed out my story, detailing both encounters. As I hit post, a small part of me hoped that here, at least, I might find some believers. But as the responses started to come in, my heart sank. Nice creative writing exercise. Pics or it didn't happen. Another attention seeker. Yawn. Even in a community dedicated to Bigfoot sightings, my story was too much, too unbelievable, too extreme. I slammed the laptop shut, fighting back tears of frustration. Why had this happened to me? Why was I cursed with this knowledge, this experience that no one would believe? As the day wore on, I found myself jumping at every sound, peering out the windows, half expecting to see a massive fur-covered figure lurking in the shadows. The memory of those intelligent, terrifying eyes haunted me. By nightfall, I was a wreck, exhausted, both physically and emotionally, but too wired to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature charging at me, felt the terror of being hunted. As I paced my living room, a new, terrible thought occurred to me. What if it wasn't over? What if the creature had followed me? What if it was out there right now, watching, waiting? The thought sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't risk bringing this nightmare to my home, to my neighborhood. With shaking hands, I began to pack a bag. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay. As I threw clothes haphazardly into a duffel bag, I caught sight of myself in the mirror again. The man staring back at me was a stranger, wild-eyed, disheveled, on the edge of panic. Was this what I had become? Was this what my encounter with the impossible had reduced me to? As I zipped up the bag, I made a decision. I couldn't run forever. I needed answers. I needed closure. And there was only one place I could get that. I had to go back to the forest. One last time. With a deep breath, I shouldered my bag and headed for the door. Whatever happened next, I knew my life would never be the same. The truth was out there, hidden in the depths of the forest. And I was going to find it, no matter the cost. As the first rays of sunlight began to pierce through the curtains of my apartment, I found myself sitting on the edge of my bed, staring blankly at the wall. I hadn't slept a wink all night, my mind a whirlwind of memories, fears, and unanswered questions. The events of the past 48 hours played on repeat in my head. The initial encounter in the forest, the disbelief of others, the terrifying second encounter, and the crushing realization that I had no concrete evidence to support my claims. It all felt like a surreal nightmare, but the aches in my body and the scratches on my skin were constant reminders that it had all been terrifyingly real. I glanced at my packed bag by the door, a testament to my moment of panic the night before. The urge to flee, to run as far away from this town and its nearby forests as possible, still tugged at me. but something stronger kept me rooted in place, a need for closure, for understanding. With a heavy sigh, I reached for my phone. There were several missed calls and messages, mostly from Mike and Dr. Jenkins. I ignored them all and dialed a different number. Millbrook Mental Health Center, how may I direct your call? A cheerful voice answered. I swallowed hard. I'd like to make an appointment. As soon as possible, please. An hour later, I found myself sitting in a sterile waiting room, my leg bouncing nervously. The receptionist had given me a stack of forms to fill out, but the questions seemed trivial compared to the turmoil in my mind. Mr. Wilson? A gentle voice called. I looked up to see a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a warm smile. I'm Dr. Laura Simmons. Would you like to come in? As I followed her into her office, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and apprehension. How could I possibly explain what I'd been through? So, Matt, Dr. Simmons began once we were seated. What brings you here today? I took a deep breath. I've experienced something impossible, and I don't know how to deal with it. Dr. Simmons nodded encouragingly. Why don't you tell me about it? And so, for the next hour, I poured out my story. I told her about the camping trip, the first sighting of Bigfoot, the attack, the disbelief of others, and my ill-fated return to the forest. As I spoke, I watched her face carefully, waiting for the familiar signs of doubt or disbelief. But Dr. Simmons's expression remained neutral, her eyes attentive. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence. Finally, Dr. Simmons spoke. Matt, that sounds like an incredibly traumatic experience. Regardless of what you saw or didn't see, the fear and isolation you felt are very real. I felt a lump form in my throat. It was the first time someone had acknowledged my feelings without immediately dismissing my story. But, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, you don't believe me either, do you? Dr. Simmons leaned forward slightly. Matt, my job isn't to believe or disbelieve. It's to help you process your experiences and find a way forward. What matters is how these events have affected you. As our session continued, we didn't focus on the reality of Bigfoot. Instead, we talked about my feelings of isolation, the strain on my relationships, and my struggle to reconcile what I'd experienced with what I'd always believed about the world. By the time our session ended, I felt, not better exactly, but lighter somehow, as if sharing my story in this context had lifted some of the weight from my shoulders. I'd like to see you again, Matt, Dr. Simmons said as I was leaving. We have a lot more to discuss. I nodded, surprised to find that I actually wanted to return. As I stepped out of the mental health center, the world seemed different somehow. The ordinary bustle of the town, which had felt so alien to me yesterday, now seemed comforting in its normalcy. I decided to take a walk, to clear my head and process everything that had happened. As I strolled down the main street, I passed a local diner. Through the window, I could see a group of hikers, their backpacks propped against their chairs as they ate and laughed together. For a moment, I felt a pang of envy. Would I ever be able to enjoy the outdoors again without fear? Would the memory of those terrifying encounters ever fade? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, a chill ran down my spine. I turned, half expecting to see a massive fur-covered figure lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing there. Just ordinary people going about their day, blissfully unaware of the terrors that might be lurking in the wilderness just beyond the edge of town. I realized then that this was my new reality. I had seen something impossible, something that defied explanation. And now I had to live with that knowledge, carrying the weight of a truth that no one else believed. As I continued my walk, I found myself at the edge of town, where the neatly kept lawns gave way to wild underbrush. In the distance, I could see the forest where it had all begun. A shiver ran through me, but it wasn't entirely from fear. I knew then that while I wouldn't be returning to those woods, a part of me would always be there. The memory of those encounters, the terror and the wonder of them, would stay with me forever. As I turned back towards town, I made a decision. I would continue to see Dr. Simmons. I would work on rebuilding my relationships, on finding a way to live with this secret knowledge. And maybe, just maybe, I would find a way to make peace with the lingering truth of what I had experienced. The world hadn't changed, but I had. And somewhere out there, in the depths of the forest, a creature that shouldn't exist roamed free. It was a reality I would have to learn to live with, one day at a time. As I walked home, the ordinary sounds of the town around me, I couldn't help but glance back one last time at the distant tree line. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a massive shape disappearing into the shadows. But when I blinked, it was gone. Real or imagined, the memory of Bigfoot would always be with me. A secret truth, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the next unsuspecting witness to stumble upon its impossible reality. I never thought I'd be telling this story. Even now, as I sit here with trembling hands, I can hardly believe what happened to me in the Colorado wilderness. But I need to share my experience, if only to warn others of the danger that lurks in the shadows of the forest. It all started on a crisp autumn morning. I, Sarah Williams, had been planning this solo hiking trip for months. As an experienced hiker and nature enthusiast, I thought I was prepared for anything the Rocky Mountains could throw at me. How wrong I was. I stood in my small apartment in Denver, double-checking my backpack one last time. Maps, compass, first aid kit, water purification tablets, high-energy snacks, and warm clothing. Everything a seasoned hiker needs for a 3-day trek through the backcountry. Yet, as I zipped up my backpack, an inexplicable shiver ran down my spine. "You're being ridiculous, Sarah," I muttered to myself, shaking off the feeling. "It's just pre-hike jitters." I grabbed my keys and headed out, locking the door behind me. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful, the radio filling the car with upbeat tunes that did little to quell the growing unease in my stomach. As I pulled into the small parking area at the base of the trail, I noticed I was the only car there. Perfect, I thought. I'll have the trail all to myself. Little did I know how terrifyingly true that statement would become. I shouldered my pack and took a deep breath of the crisp mountain air. The trail stretched before me, disappearing into the dense forest of pines and aspens. Their leaves were just beginning to turn, splashing the canopy with brilliant golds and reds. It was breathtaking, and for a moment my earlier apprehension melted away. As I began my ascent, the familiar rhythm of hiking took over. The crunch of gravel under my boots, the steady in and out of my breath, the occasional call of a bird, it all blended into a soothing symphony of nature. For the first few hours I felt at peace, my earlier worries forgotten. But as the day wore on and I ventured deeper into the wilderness, something began to change. The forest seemed to grow denser, the shadows longer and more menacing. The cheerful birdsong that had accompanied me earlier faded away, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the whisper of wind through the trees. I paused to consult my map and take a swig from my water bottle. That's when I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. I whirled around, my heart racing, but saw nothing but trees and underbrush. "Get a grip," I chided myself. "You're letting your imagination run wild." But try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, following me, waiting. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the trail, I knew it was time to make camp. I found a small clearing not far from the path and began to set up my tent. The routine tasks of setting up camp helped calm my nerves, but every snapping twig or rustle in the bushes sent my heart racing anew. With my tent pitched and a small fire crackling, I sat down to eat my dinner of trail mix and beef jerky. The flames cast flickering shadows on the surrounding trees, and I couldn't help but imagine shapes moving just beyond the circle of firelight. "This is ridiculous," I said aloud, hoping the sound of my own voice would chase away the growing dread. "You've camped alone dozens of times, Sarah. There's nothing out there." But even as I spoke the words, I didn't believe them. Something felt different about this forest, this night. The very air seemed charged with an ominous energy I couldn't explain. As darkness fell completely, I doused my fire and retreated to my tent. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the nylon ceiling, listening intently to the sounds of the night. The wind had picked up, causing the trees to creak and groan. In the distance, I heard the hoot of an owl, the sound somehow more sinister than comforting. Sleep eluded me as my mind raced with possibilities. What if a bear wandered into camp? What if I got lost tomorrow? What if... A twig snapped loudly somewhere in the darkness, much closer than any of the ambient forest sounds. I bolted upright, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. If there was something out there, I'd just given away my position. Silence answered me, but it was a heavy silence, pregnant with possibility. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Taking a deep breath, I unzipped the tent flap and poked my head out. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating trees and bushes. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I swept the light in a wide arc, and for just a split second I thought I saw something. A flash of movement, a glint of eyes reflecting the light. I jerked the flashlight back, but whatever it was had vanished. A cold sweat broke out across my body as I quickly zipped the tent back up and huddled in my sleeping bag. It was nothing, I whispered to myself, repeating it like a mantra. Just a deer or a raccoon, nothing to worry about. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. Whatever I had glimpsed out there was much larger than a deer or raccoon, and the way it had moved, it had been almost human-like, yet not quite. As I lay there, every sound amplified by my fear, a memory surfaced. A story I had heard years ago about hikers going missing in these mountains. At the time, I had dismissed it as local legend, the kind of campfire tale designed to scare tourists. But now, alone in the dark with something lurking just beyond my tent, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew I was jolting awake, my heart racing. Something had woken me. But what? I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. That's when I heard it. Heavy footsteps circling my tent. Whatever it was big. Much bigger than any animal that should be in these woods. And it was close. So close I could hear its breathing, deep and ragged. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but terror had frozen me in place. All I could do was lie there, my eyes wide with fear, as the creature continued its ominous circuit around my tent. As the footsteps completed another loop, a new sound reached my ears, a low, rumbling growl that was unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was primal, filled with a hunger and malevolence that chilled me to my very core. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that whatever was out there wasn't just an animal. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist, and it wanted me. The realization broke through my paralysis. With trembling hands, I reached for my flashlight, determined to confront whatever horror awaited me outside. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would change my life forever. My hand trembled as I gripped the flashlight, its beam wavering in the darkness of my tent. The heavy footsteps continued to circle, accompanied by that bone-chilling growl. I knew I had to do something, but terror kept me rooted to the spot. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" The footsteps stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying than the sounds had been. I held my breath, straining my ears for any hint of movement outside. Suddenly, a powerful stench hit me, a nauseating mix of wet dog and rotting meat. I gagged, fighting the urge to vomit. Whatever was out there, it wasn't human, and it certainly wasn't any normal forest animal. Gathering what little courage I had left, I slowly unzipped the tent flap. The sound seemed deafening in the eerie quiet of the forest. With shaking hands, I pointed my flashlight out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing but trees and underbrush. Then, just at the edge of the light's reach, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. Matted fur, glowing eyes, a massive, hulking shape that was undeniably bipedal, but far too large to be human. For a split second, our eyes met. In that moment, I saw something in those eyes that defied explanation. A primal intelligence mixed with an unmistakable hunger. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature vanished into the darkness. I scrambled back into my tent, zipping it up with frantic speed. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. It couldn't be real. It had to be a bear, or maybe a particularly large elk. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. What I'd seen was something else entirely. Bigfoot, I whispered, the word feeling ridiculous even as I said it. But what else could it be? I huddled in my sleeping bag, clutching my flashlight like a lifeline. Sleep was out of the question now. Every sound, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig sent fresh waves of terror through me. As the night wore on, I began to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just an especially vivid nightmare brought on by my earlier unease. But then I'd catch another whiff of that horrific stench, and I'd know it was all too real. Just as I was considering making a run for it, I heard it again. Footsteps. Closer this time. Heavy and deliberate, they approached my tent with terrifying purpose. I held my breath, praying that whatever it was would pass me by. But the footsteps stopped right outside my tent. For a moment, all was still. Then, without warning, massive handprints appeared on the outside of my tent. The fabric stretched inward as someone tried to reach me. I could see the outline of enormous fingers, easily twice the size of a human hand. A scream caught in my throat as I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the far side of the tent. The creature outside let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. "Go away," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "Leave me alone." In response, the thing outside roared. A sound so loud and primal it shook the very ground. In that instant, I knew I was dealing with something beyond my comprehension, something that defied everything I thought I knew about the natural world. The tent began to collapse around me as the creature's massive hands pressed down. I thrashed wildly, fighting against the suffocating nylon. In my panic, I couldn't find the zipper. I was trapped, at the mercy of whatever monstrosity waited outside. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I managed to tear a hole in the side of the tent. I tumbled out into the cold night air, gasping and disoriented. For a moment, I lay there on the forest floor, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Then I saw it, an enormous, shadowy figure looming over me. In the dim moonlight, I could make out broad shoulders covered in thick fur, arms as thick as tree trunks, and a face that was a nightmarish blend of ape and man. Our eyes met once again, and I saw something in its gaze that chilled me to my core. Intelligence, yes, but also a predatory hunger that left no doubt about its intentions. I scrambled to my feet, nearly falling in my haste to get away. The creature let out another ear-splitting roar, spurring me into action. I ran blindly into the forest, branches whipping at my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear the monster giving chase. Its footfalls shook the earth, each one bringing it closer to me. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the ache in my legs. I knew that if it caught me, I was as good as dead. As I ran, my mind raced with questions. How could this be happening? Bigfoot was supposed to be a myth, a legend told around campfires to scare kids. But the creature pursuing me was all too real, its roars echoing through the forest like something out of a nightmare. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I fled through the darkened woods. Every time I thought I'd lost it, I'd hear another roar or the crash of something large moving through the trees behind me. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I burst into a small clearing. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of relief at the open space. Then my heart sank as I realized I was trapped. The clearing ended abruptly at the edge of a steep ravine. I skidded to a stop, nearly tumbling over the edge. Far below, I could hear the rush of water, a river or stream hidden in the darkness. There was no way down that didn't end with me broken on the rocks below. I turned, ready to try and find another escape route, but it was too late. The creature, the Bigfoot, had caught up to me. It stood at the edge of the clearing, its massive form silhouetted against the trees. In the pale moonlight, I could see steam rising from its fur, its chest heaving from the chase. For a moment, we stood there, facing each other across the clearing. I was trembling, exhausted and terrified beyond anything I'd ever experienced. The Bigfoot, on the other hand, seemed almost calm. It took a step forward, then another, its eyes never leaving mine. I backed up, feeling loose rocks skitter away under my feet. The edge of the ravine was just behind me. I was cornered, with nowhere left to run. "Please," I whispered, though I knew it was futile. This wasn't some misunderstood gentle giant from the stories. The creature before me was a predator, and I was its prey. The Bigfoot let out a low growl, almost contemplative. Then, with a speed that belied its massive size, it charged. I had no time to think, no time to plan. Pure instinct took over. As the creature's enormous hand reached for me, I threw myself to the side, rolling across the rocky ground. The Bigfoot's momentum carried it past me, but it recovered quickly. Before I could regain my feet, its massive hand clamped down on my shoulder. I felt its claws dig into my flesh as it spun me around to face it. And there I was, face to face with a nightmare made real. The Bigfoot's face was inches from mine, its hot, foul breath washing over me. Yellow fangs gleamed in the moonlight as it snarled, tightening its grip on my shoulder. I stared into its eyes, seeing a primal intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. This was no dumb beast. There was a cruel, calculating look in those eyes that spoke of a predator that knew exactly what it was doing. As the creature lifted me off the ground, my feet dangling helplessly in the air, I knew that my life would never be the same. If I survived this encounter, I would be forever changed. And as the Bigfoot pulled back its free hand, clearly preparing to strike, I wasn't sure survival was even an option anymore. In that moment, facing what I was certain would be my doom, I closed my eyes and silently apologized to my family and friends for the grief my disappearance would cause them. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of my ordeal, and the true horror was yet to come. I don't know if it was divine intervention or sheer luck, but at that moment, as the Bigfoot's massive hand was poised to strike, a bolt of lightning split the sky. The sudden flash of light startled both of us, and in that split second of confusion, I acted on pure instinct. I jabbed my thumbs into the creature's eyes with all the strength I could muster. The Bigfoot let out a deafening roar of pain and anger, its grip on me loosening just enough for me to slip free. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me, but adrenaline surged through my veins, dulling the pain. Without a second thought, I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear the monster's enraged howls behind me, spurring me to push my body beyond its limits. The forest was a blur as I tore through it, branches whipping my face and tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned as I gasped for air, each breath feeling like fire in my chest. But I knew that slowing down meant certain death at the hands of the beast pursuing me. The sound of its heavy footfalls shook the very ground beneath my feet, each impact a reminder of how close it was. "Help!" I screamed, though I knew it was futile. There was no one out here to hear me, no one to come to my rescue. I was alone with this nightmare creature, running for my life through a dark, uncaring forest. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The Bigfoot was effortlessly closing the distance between us, its long strides eating up the ground. In the dim pre-dawn light, I could see its face contorted in a mask of rage, blood from its injured eyes matting the fur around its face. The sight gave me a fresh burst of speed, but I knew I couldn't keep this pace up forever. My legs were already starting to feel like lead, and my breath was coming in ragged gasps. I needed a plan, some way to lose this creature or at least slow it down. As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, I spotted a thicket of dense underbrush off to my left. Without hesitation, I veered towards it, hoping against hope that the Bigfoot's bulk would slow it down enough for me to gain some distance. I crashed through the thicket, thorns and branches tearing at my skin and clothes. Behind me, I heard the creature roar in frustration as it struggled to follow. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to feel a flicker of hope. But that hope was short-lived. The sound of splintering wood and tearing vegetation told me that the Bigfoot was simply plowing through the thicket, its raw strength overcoming any obstacle in its path. I burst out of the other side of the thicket into a small glade, my heart sinking as I realized I was now in open ground again. The creature's roar shook the very ground beneath my feet, spurring me to push my body beyond its limits. "Please," I gasped, though I wasn't sure who or what I was pleading with. "Please, I don't want to die like this." As if in cruel answer to my plea, my foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling to the forest floor. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking what little breath I had left out of my lungs. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and gasping. The sound of heavy footsteps approaching snapped me back to reality. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain shooting through my ankle. But I knew it was too late. The Bigfoot was too close, and I was too exhausted to outrun it anymore. I turned to face my pursuer, my back pressed against a large oak tree. The creature emerged from the thicket, twigs and leaves caught in its matted fur. Its eyes, still bleeding from my earlier attack, fixed on me with a terrifying intensity. For a moment, we stood there, predator and prey, locked in a silent standoff. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, each beat feeling like it might be my last. The Bigfoot's chest heaved with exertion, but there was no sign of fatigue in its posture. If anything, it seemed energized by the chase. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. "Why are you doing this?" The creature's only response was a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very air. There was no hint of understanding in its eyes, no sign that it comprehended or cared about my words. All I saw was hunger and rage. As the Bigfoot took a step towards me, I frantically looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on a thick branch lying on the ground nearby. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I lunged for the branch, my fingers closing around it just as the creature reached for me. I swung wildly, more out of desperation than any real hope of hurting the monster. To my surprise, the branch connected with a solid thud against the Bigfoot's arm. The creature roared in anger, more annoyed than hurt by my feeble attack. But that moment of distraction was all I needed. I bolted past it, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle as I pushed myself into one last, desperate sprint. I ran blindly, no longer caring about direction or destination. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and the monster behind me. Trees whipped past in a blur, the forest floor a treacherous obstacle course of roots and rocks that threatened to send me sprawling with every step. The sound of the Bigfoot's pursuit filled my ears, growing louder with each passing second. I knew I couldn't outrun it, not in my exhausted state, but giving up wasn't an option. As long as I had breath in my body, I would keep running. Just when I thought my legs would give out, the trees ahead thinned, revealing a clearing. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe there would be people there, or a road, or something that could save me from this nightmare. But as I burst into the open space, my heart sank. There were no people, no road, no salvation. Instead, I found myself at the edge of a steep ravine. Far below, I could hear the rush of water, a river or stream hidden in the early morning mist. I skidded to a stop, nearly tumbling over the edge in my haste. Loose rocks skittered away under my feet, disappearing into the chasm below. There was no way down that didn't end with me broken on the rocks. The sound of breaking branches behind me told me I was out of time. I turned to see the Bigfoot emerge from the tree line, its massive form silhouetted against the dim pre-dawn light. Our eyes met across the clearing, and I saw a glimmer of what almost looked like satisfaction in its gaze. It knew it had me cornered. As the creature began to advance, I frantically looked around for any means of escape. The ravine behind me, the monster in front, the forest to either side, offering the illusion of safety but really just prolonging the inevitable. In that moment, as the Bigfoot closed in and my options dwindled to zero, I realized that this might truly be the end. All my hopes and dreams, my loved ones, my future, all of it was about to be snuffed out by a creature that shouldn't even exist. But as the monster's footsteps shook the ground and its foul stench filled my nostrils, something inside me refused to give up. If this was to be my last stand, I would face it on my feet, fighting to the very end. I gripped my makeshift branch weapon tightly, my knuckles white with the effort. The Bigfoot was mere feet away now, its massive form blocking out what little light there was. As it reached for me with those enormous clawed hands, I knew that the next few moments would determine whether I lived or died. And so, with my heart pounding and fear coursing through every fiber of my being, I prepared to face the unimaginable. Little did I know, this confrontation was far from over, and the true test of my survival was yet to come. Time seemed to slow as the Bigfoot's massive hand clamped down on my shoulder. Its claws dug into my flesh, sending waves of pain through my body. With inhuman strength, it spun me around to face it, lifting me off the ground as if I weighed nothing. I found myself staring directly into the creature's face, a nightmarish blend of ape and man. Its yellowed fangs were bared in a terrifying snarl, and its eyes, still bloodshot from my earlier attack, burned with a primal rage that chilled me to my core. The stench of its breath washed over me, a nauseating mix of rotting meat and something indescribably foul. I gagged, struggling to breathe as panic threatened to overwhelm me. "Please," I gasped, though I knew it was futile. There was no hint of comprehension in those savage eyes, no sign that it understood or cared about my pleas. "Let me go." In response, the Bigfoot let out a bone-chilling roar that seemed to shake the very air around us. I could feel the vibrations of its cry resonating through my body, a terrifying reminder of the raw power this creature possessed. With my feet dangling helplessly in the air, I realized the true gravity of my situation. This wasn't some misunderstood gentle giant from folklore. This was a predator, and I was its prey. I struggled against its grip, my hands clawing at its massive arm, but it was like trying to move a tree trunk. The creature seemed almost amused by my feeble attempts to free myself, its lips curling back in what could only be described as a cruel smirk. Then, without warning, it slammed me against a nearby tree. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I felt something crack in my chest. Pain exploded through my body, and for a moment my vision swam with dark spots. "Help!" I screamed, though I knew it was hopeless. There was no one out here to hear me, no one to come to my rescue. I was alone with this monster at its mercy. The Bigfoot pulled me away from the tree, only to slam me back again. This time I felt my ribs crack under the pressure of its grip. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I could feel the creature's hot breath on my face as it leaned in close, studying me with an almost curious intensity. In that moment, I saw something in its eyes that terrified me even more than its physical strength: intelligence. This wasn't just a mindless beast acting on instinct. There was a calculating cruelty in its gaze that spoke of a predator that knew exactly what it was doing. As the Bigfoot's grip tightened, I felt my ribs grinding together. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision, and I knew I was on the verge of passing out. In that moment, a strange calm washed over me. I was certain that these were my last moments on Earth, but something inside me refused to give up. With the last of my strength, I reached up and jabbed my thumbs into the creature's eyes once again. It was a desperate move, born more of instinct than any real plan. The Bigfoot roared in pain and anger, its grip loosening just enough for me to slip free. I hit the ground hard, the impact sending fresh waves of agony through my battered body. But adrenaline surged through my veins, dulling the pain and giving me a burst of energy. I scrambled to my feet, nearly falling as my legs threatened to give out. The monster was clutching at its face, momentarily distracted by the pain I'd inflicted. I knew this might be my only chance. I ran. Every step was agony, my broken ribs screaming in protest, but I pushed through the pain. Behind me I could hear the Bigfoot's enraged howls, spurring me to move faster. The forest was a blur as I tore through it, branches whipping my face and tearing at my clothes. I had no idea where I was going, no plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and the monster as possible. My lungs burned as I gasped for air, each breath feeling like fire in my chest. But I knew that slowing down meant certain death. The sound of the creature's pursuit filled my ears, growing louder with each passing second. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I spotted something ahead, a small opening in the rock face of a hill. A cave. Without hesitation, I made for it, hoping against hope that it might offer some sanctuary from the relentless pursuit of the Bigfoot. I squeezed into the narrow entrance, the rough stone scraping against my skin. The cave was dark and damp, the air heavy with the scent of earth and decay. But in that moment, it felt like the safest place in the world. I crawled deeper into the cave, my body screaming in protest with every movement. When I could go no further, I pressed myself against the cold stone wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. Outside, I could hear the Bigfoot's roars echoing off the cave walls. They grew louder as it approached my hiding spot, and I held my breath, my heart pounding so loudly I feared it would give away my position. The creature's massive, hairy arm reached into the cave opening, claws scraping against rock as they searched for me. I pressed myself further back, ignoring the pain that shot through my body at the movement. For what felt like an eternity, I remained motionless, listening to the beast's frustrated grunts and sniffs outside my sanctuary. Every second felt like it might be my last, each breath a struggle to remain silent. As the hours crawled by, the sounds outside gradually faded. But I didn't dare move. I stayed frozen in place, my body trembling from fear, pain, and exhaustion. In the darkness of the cave, with only the sound of my ragged breathing for company, I had time to process what had happened. The reality of my situation began to sink in, and I felt tears streaming down my face. This wasn't some nightmare I could wake up from. The pain in my body was all too real, a constant reminder of the impossible horror I'd just faced. A Bigfoot, a creature that shouldn't exist, had attacked me, nearly killed me. As the adrenaline wore off, the full extent of my injuries became apparent. Every breath sent sharp pains through my chest, and I was certain I had at least a few broken ribs. My shoulder, where the creature had gripped me, felt like it was on fire. Cuts and bruises covered my body, souvenirs of my desperate flight through the forest. I knew I needed medical attention, but the thought of leaving my hiding place terrified me. What if the Bigfoot was still out there, waiting for me? And even if I did make it back to civilization, who would believe my story? As dawn broke, casting weak rays of light into the cave entrance, I knew I had to make a decision. I couldn't stay here forever. I needed help, and I needed to warn others about the danger lurking in these woods. With agonizing slowness, I began to inch my way towards the cave entrance. Every movement sent fresh waves of pain through my body, but I gritted my teeth and pushed on. I had survived a Bigfoot attack. I wasn't going to let my injuries stop me now. As I reached the mouth of the cave, I paused, listening intently for any sign of the creature. The forest seemed quiet, almost peaceful in the early morning light. But I knew better than to trust that calm. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the stabbing pain in my chest, I emerged from the cave. The world outside seemed unchanged, the trees and rocks indifferent to the nightmare I'd just endured. But I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. With one last look at the forest that had nearly become my tomb, I began the long, painful journey back to civilization. I didn't know if anyone would believe my story, or if I'd ever fully recover from this ordeal, but I was alive and I was determined to make it back and share my horrifying experience with the world. Little did I know, my ordeal was far from over. The true challenge lay ahead, not just in healing my physical wounds, but in confronting a world that would struggle to believe the impossible truth of what I'd experienced in these woods. Every step was agony as I stumbled through the forest. My broken ribs screamed with each breath, and my battered body begged for rest. But I couldn't stop. The memory of the Bigfoot's terrifying roar and its inhuman strength drove me forward, even as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. In any other circumstance, it might have been beautiful. Now, every shifting shadow made me flinch, expecting to see the hulking form of the creature that had nearly killed me. "Keep going, Sarah," I muttered to myself, my voice hoarse and barely audible. "You have to make it back. You have to warn people." As I pushed on, my mind raced with questions. How would I explain what happened? Who would believe me? The thought of trying to convince others of the existence of Bigfoot seemed almost as daunting as the encounter itself. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning, as I focused solely on putting one foot in front of the other. But as the sun climbed higher in the sky, I began to hear something that made my heart leap. The distant sound of running water. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. Where there was water, there might be people, civilization, safety. I altered my course, heading towards the sound. The terrain became steeper, and I had to use trees for support as I navigated the incline. Each movement sent fresh waves of pain through my body, but I gritted my teeth and pressed on. As I crested a small rise, I saw it, a clearing ahead with a fast-moving stream cutting through it. The sunlight glinted off the water, and for a moment it was the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. I stumbled towards the clearing, my eyes fixed on the stream. Water. I hadn't realized how desperately thirsty I was until that moment. My mouth felt like sandpaper, my lips cracked and dry. Just as I reached the edge of the trees, a sound froze me in my tracks, a low, rumbling growl that I recognized all too well. My blood ran cold as I slowly turned, dreading what I might see. There, at the far end of the clearing, stood the Bigfoot. Its massive form was silhouetted against the trees, steam rising from its fur in the cool morning air. Its eyes, still bloodshot from my earlier attacks, fixed on me with predatory intensity. For a moment, we stood there, locked in a silent standoff. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, each beat feeling like it might be my last. The creature's chest heaved with exertion, but there was no sign of fatigue in its posture. If anything, it seemed energized by our encounter. "No," I whispered, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. "Please, no." As if in response to my plea, the Bigfoot let out a bone-chilling roar that seemed to shake the very ground. Then, with a speed that belied its massive size, it charged. Panic surged through me, overriding the pain and exhaustion. I turned and ran, no longer caring about direction or destination. All that mattered was escaping the monster behind me. I could hear its heavy footfalls gaining on me, each impact sending tremors through the earth. My lungs burned as I gasped for air, every breath a struggle against my broken ribs. But I pushed on, fueled by pure terror and the desperate will to survive. Just when I thought my legs would give out, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The sudden burst of light was followed almost immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. The storm that had been threatening all morning had finally broken. The Bigfoot's roar of frustration was nearly drowned out by the thunder. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw the creature hesitate, its eyes darting between me and the turbulent sky. That moment of hesitation was all I needed. I spotted a narrow crevice in a nearby rock face and made a desperate dash for it. It was a risky move. If the opening was too small, I'd be trapped. But it was my only chance. I squeezed into the crevice, ignoring the pain as the rough stone scraped against my skin. The opening was tight, but I managed to wedge myself in, pressing as far back as I could. Outside, I could hear the Bigfoot's frustrated roars. Its massive arms reached into the crevice, claws scraping against rock as they searched for me. I held my breath, my heart pounding so loudly, I was sure the creature would hear it. The Bigfoot's attempts to reach me became more frenzied as the storm intensified. Rain began to pour down, and flashes of lightning illuminated the forest in stark, terrifying clarity. With each flash, I could see glimpses of the creature's face, contorted with rage and frustration. I don't know how long I remained there, pressed against the cold stone, listening to the monster's attempts to reach me. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the face of such terror. Eventually, the sounds of the Bigfoot's efforts began to fade. Whether it had given up or simply moved away to wait me out, I couldn't be sure. But as the silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of the rain and occasional rumbles of thunder, I allowed myself to hope that maybe, just maybe, I had survived. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the full extent of my injuries made themselves known. Every part of my body ached, and each breath sent sharp pains through my chest. I was soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably in the cool air of the crevice. "Think, Sarah," I muttered to myself, trying to focus through the pain and exhaustion. "You can't stay here forever. You need to get help." But the thought of leaving my sanctuary terrified me. What if the Bigfoot was still out there waiting for me? And even if I did make it back to civilization, who would believe my story? As I huddled there, torn between the need for help and the fear of what awaited me outside, I heard something that made my heart leap. The distant sound of voices. At first I thought I must be hallucinating, but as I strained my ears, I could make out the unmistakable sound of people calling out. Search parties? Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. I had to get their attention, but as I opened my mouth to call out, I hesitated. What if the Bigfoot was still nearby? What if my cries brought it back? The voices grew closer, and I could now make out individual words. They were calling my name. "Sarah, Sarah Williams, can you hear us?" Tears of relief streamed down my face as I realized that people were looking for me. I wasn't alone anymore. Gathering what little strength I had left, I called out, my voice hoarse and weak. "Here, I'm here." For a moment there was silence. Then, a flurry of activity. I could hear excited voices and the sound of people moving through the underbrush. "We found her. Over here." As figures appeared at the entrance to my hiding place, I felt a mix of relief and apprehension. I was saved, but how could I possibly explain what had happened to me? "Sarah, are you okay? Can you move?" I nodded weakly, trying to shift my position. But my body, stiff from hours of immobility and racked with pain, refused to cooperate. I think I'm stuck," I managed to say. "And I'm hurt. My ribs." The rescue team worked quickly and carefully to extract me from the crevice. As they pulled me out into the open air, I couldn't help but scan the tree line, half expecting to see the Bigfoot watching us. But there was no sign of the creature. Just trees, rocks, and the concerned faces of my rescuers. As they began to assess my injuries and prepare me for transport, one of the team members asked the question I'd been dreading. "Sarah, what happened out here? How did you get so badly hurt?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could I possibly explain? Would they believe me if I told them the truth? Or would they think I was crazy, traumatized, or lying? As the rescue team worked around me, I realized that this was just the beginning of a new challenge. I had survived my encounter with Bigfoot, but now I faced a different kind of struggle, convincing the world of what I had experienced, and living with the knowledge that such creatures existed. With a mix of relief and trepidation, I allowed myself to be carried towards safety, knowing that the true test of my ordeal was yet to come. The journey back to civilization was a blur of pain and exhaustion. I drifted in and out of consciousness as the rescue team carried me on a stretcher, the jolting motion sending waves of agony through my battered body. But even in my semi-lucid state, one thought remained crystal clear. I had survived an encounter with Bigfoot, and now I had to make people believe me. When we finally reached the ranger station at the edge of the forest, I was immediately transferred to an ambulance. The paramedics worked quickly, assessing my injuries and hooking me up to various monitors. Multiple broken ribs, possible internal bleeding, severe contusions and lacerations, I heard one of them say. What the hell happened to her out there? As they prepared to transport me to the hospital, a park ranger approached the ambulance. Miss Williams? I'm Ranger Thompson. Can you tell us what happened? We need to know if there's any danger to other hikers. I hesitated, the weight of my experience pressing down on me. How could I possibly explain what I'd been through? But I knew I had to try. People needed to be warned. It was Bigfoot, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The ranger's eyebrows shot up and he exchanged a glance with the paramedic. I'm sorry, did you say Bigfoot? I nodded weakly. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. It attacked me. It's real, and it's dangerous. Ranger Thompson's face softened and he patted my hand gently. You've been through a traumatic experience, Miss Williams. Let's get you to the hospital, and we can talk more once you've rested. I wanted to protest to make him understand the urgency of the situation, but exhaustion overtook me. As the ambulance doors closed and we began to move, I slipped into a fitful sleep. I awoke sometime later in a hospital bed, the steady beep of monitors filling the room. Every part of my body ached, but the edge of pain had been dulled, likely by whatever medication they had me on. A nurse noticed I was awake and came over to check on me. How are you feeling, Sarah? She asked kindly. Like I've been hit by a truck, I mumbled. How long have I been here? About 6 hours, she replied. The doctor will be in shortly to discuss your injuries. You're very lucky, you know. Another day out there and things could have been much worse. I nodded absently, my mind already racing. 6 hours? How far could the Bigfoot have traveled in that time? Was it still in the area, or had it moved on to terrorize some other unsuspecting hiker? Before I could voice any of these concerns, the doctor entered the room. He was a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a reassuring smile. Hello, Sarah, I'm Dr. Patel. How are you feeling? I've been better, I said, attempting a weak smile. He nodded sympathetically. I can imagine. You've got 3 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, multiple lacerations and bruising over much of your body. You're also suffering from dehydration and exposure. Can you tell me what happened out there? I took a deep breath, wincing at the pain in my chest. This was it. I had to make them understand. I was attacked, I began, my voice shaking slightly. By Bigfoot. Dr. Patel's expression remained neutral, but I saw something flicker in his eyes. Doubt? Concern? I see, he said carefully. Can you describe this? Bigfoot? I closed my eyes, the vivid memory of the creature flooding back. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall, covered in thick matted fur. Its face, it was like a nightmare version of an ape, with yellow fangs and eyes that... I shuddered. Eyes that looked almost human, but filled with such rage. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Dr. Patel exchanging a glance with the nurse. I recognized that look. They didn't believe me. Sarah, Dr. Patel said gently, you've been through a very traumatic experience. Sometimes when we're under extreme stress, our minds can play tricks on us. It's possible that you encountered a bear, or perhaps fell and hit your head. I shook my head vehemently, ignoring the pain the movement caused. No, you don't understand. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real, and it's still out there. The doctor held up his hands in a calming gesture. Okay, Sarah. Let's not worry about that right now. The most important thing is for you to rest and recover. We'll have someone from psychiatric services come talk to you later, just to help you process what you've been through. As Dr. Patel left the room, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. They didn't believe me. Of course they didn't. How could I expect them to accept something that defied everything they thought they knew about the world? Over the next few hours, a parade of people came through my room. Police officers who wanted my statement about the animal attack, a trauma counselor who spoke in soothing tones about PTSD, and the tricks our minds can play on us. Even my parents arrived, their faces etched with worry and relief. To each of them, I told my story, and from each of them, I received the same response: kind words, sympathetic looks, and utter disbelief. As night fell, I found myself alone in my hospital room, staring out the window at the distant silhouette of the forest. Somewhere out there, the Bigfoot was still roaming free, and no one believed me. A noise at the door made me turn. A young orderly had entered, pushing a cart of supplies. He glanced at me, then did a double take. "Hey, aren't you the hiker they found today? The one who claims she saw Bigfoot?" he asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and excitement. I nodded warily, expecting another round of disbelief or patronizing reassurance. But to my surprise, the orderly's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. I've always believed they're out there, you know. Can you tell me more about what you saw?" For a moment I was speechless. Here finally was someone who didn't immediately dismiss my story. But as I opened my mouth to speak, I hesitated. What if this was some kind of trick? A way to get me to reveal how crazy I really was? The orderly must have sensed my reluctance. He glanced around quickly, then leaned in closer. "Listen, I believe you. I know people think it's all a hoax, but there have been too many sightings, too many unexplained things in those woods. If you want to talk about it, I'm here to listen, no judgment." I studied his face, looking for any sign of deception, but all I saw was genuine interest and belief. Slowly I nodded. "Okay," I said softly, "but you have to promise to keep this between us, at least for now." The orderly nodded eagerly, pulling up a chair beside my bed. "Of course. I'm all ears." And so, in the quiet of the hospital room, with the forest looming in the distance, I began to recount my terrifying encounter once more. As I spoke, I felt a small glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't alone in this after all. But even as I shared my story, a part of me remained on edge, because I knew that somewhere out there, in the dark depths of the forest, the Bigfoot was still waiting. And I couldn't shake the feeling that my encounter with the creature was far from over. As dawn broke, casting a pale light through the hospital room window, I made my decision. I couldn't stay here, surrounded by disbelief and patronizing looks. I had to get out, to find someone who would listen, who could help warn others about the danger lurking in the forest. Every movement sent waves of pain through my battered body, but I gritted my teeth and slowly eased myself out of the hospital bed. My ribs screamed in protest, and my dislocated shoulder, now set and immobilized, throbbed with a dull ache. But the memory of the Bigfoot's terrifying roar and inhuman strength drove me forward. I found my clothes, now clean and folded, in a small cabinet. Changing was an agonizing process, but I managed it, biting my lip to keep from crying out. As I finished, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and barely recognized the person staring back at me. My face was a patchwork of cuts and bruises, my eyes wild and haunted. "You can do this, Sarah," I whispered to my reflection. "You have to." Sneaking out of the hospital was easier than I expected. The early morning shift change provided the perfect cover, and before I knew it, I was outside, the cool morning air a shock to my system after the sterile hospital environment. I had no real plan, just a desperate need to find someone who would believe me. As I limped down the street, my body protesting with every step, I tried to think of where I could go. The police? No. They'd just send me back to the hospital. The local news? They'd probably think I was crazy or looking for attention. As I pondered my options, a pickup truck rumbled to a stop beside me. The driver, an older man with a weathered face and kind eyes, leaned out the window. "You all right, miss?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "You look like you've been through hell." I hesitated, years of warnings about not talking to strangers warring with my desperate need for help. But something in the man's gentle demeanor made me decide to take a chance. I need help," I said, my voice cracking. "Something happened to me in the forest and no one believes me." The man's brow furrowed. "In the forest, you say? Hop in. I think I know someone who might be willing to listen." Against my better judgment, I climbed into the truck. As we drove, the man introduced himself as Frank, a local logger who'd worked these forests for decades. "So, what exactly happened out there?" Frank asked, glancing at me sidelong. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the disbelief I'd come to expect. "I was attacked. By Bigfoot." To my surprise, Frank didn't laugh or look at me like I was crazy. Instead, he nodded solemnly. "I thought it might be something like that. You're not the first, you know." My heart leapt. You believe me?" Frank sighed heavily. "Let's just say I've seen some things in these woods that can't be explained. Things that the authorities prefer to ignore or explain away." As we drove further from town, Frank told me about other encounters over the years. Hikers gone missing, strange tracks found in remote areas, eerie howls in the night that couldn't be attributed to any known animal. "Most folks prefer to pretend it's not real," he said. "It's easier that way. But some of us know the truth." Eventually, we pulled up to a small cabin on the outskirts of town. An older woman with silver hair and sharp eyes was waiting on the porch. "Sarah, this is Margaret," Frank said as we got out of the truck. "If anyone can help you, it's her." Margaret ushered us inside, her keen gaze taking in my injuries. Once we were settled, I began to recount my harrowing experience. I told them everything: the initial encounter, the chase through the forest, the terrifying attack, and my desperate hideout in the cave. As I spoke, Margaret listened intently, occasionally jotting notes in a worn, leather-bound journal. When I finished, she sat back, a grave expression on her face. "You're very lucky to be alive," she said softly. "Not many who encounter the creature up close live to tell about it." "Then you believe me?" I asked, hope swelling in my chest. Margaret nodded. "I do. I've been researching Bigfoot sightings in this area for over 30 years. Your account matches others I've documented, though yours is one of the most detailed and violent I've heard." She stood and walked to a large map pinned to the wall, covered in colored pins and notes. "The creature you encountered has been growing bolder, more aggressive. I fear it's only a matter of time before someone is killed." "We have to warn people," I said, struggling to my feet. "We have to stop it." Frank placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, easing me back into my seat. "It's not that simple, Sarah. We've tried before. The authorities don't want to hear it. They're afraid of causing a panic, of scaring away tourists." "Then what can we do?" I asked, frustration and fear warring inside me. Margaret returned to her seat, her expression determined. "We document, we gather evidence, and we prepare in case the creature decides to venture closer to populated areas." As Margaret and Frank discussed strategies for tracking the Bigfoot's movements and protecting potential victims, I found my gaze drawn to the window. The forest loomed in the distance, dark and forbidding. Somewhere out there, the creature was still roaming free. A chill ran down my spine as a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if the Bigfoot wasn't done with me? What if, having escaped its clutches once, I had become a target? As if sensing my unease, Margaret placed a comforting hand on my arm. "You're safe here, Sarah. We'll help you through this." I nodded, grateful for their support, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. As the day wore on and plans were made, one thing became crystal clear. My encounter with Bigfoot might have ended, but my ordeal was far from over. The forest outside seemed to darken, as if acknowledging this unspoken truth. And in the back of my mind, I could almost hear the distant, haunting roar of the creature that had nearly ended my life. It was still out there, waiting, and somehow I knew our paths would cross again. The sun was setting by the time Frank drove me back to the hospital. My brief escape hadn't gone unnoticed, and as we pulled up to the entrance, I could see my parents and a group of hospital staff waiting anxiously. "You sure you want to go back in there?" Frank asked, his weathered face creased with concern. I nodded, wincing as the movement sent a fresh wave of pain through my battered body. "I have to. They need to know what's out there, even if they don't believe me." Frank squeezed my hand gently. "You're brave, Sarah. Remember, you're not alone in this. Margaret and I are here if you need us." As I stepped out of the truck, my parents rushed forward, enveloping me in a careful embrace. "Sarah, honey, we were so worried," my mother cried, her voice thick with emotion. "Why did you leave? You're hurt. You need to rest." I let them guide me back into the hospital, trying to ignore the disapproving looks from the medical staff. As they settled me back into my room, I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew would be a difficult conversation. "Mom, Dad, I need to tell you something," I began, my voice shaking slightly. "What happened to me in the forest, and it wasn't just an accident or an animal attack, it was Bigfoot." The silence that followed was deafening. My parents exchanged a look that I recognized all too well, a mixture of concern and disbelief. "Sweetheart," my father said gently, "you've been through a traumatic experience. It's normal for your mind to try and make sense of it, even if that means imagining things that aren't real." I shook my head vehemently, ignoring the pain the movement caused. "No, Dad, you don't understand. It was real. I saw it. I fought it. It nearly killed me." My mother sat on the edge of the bed, taking my hand in hers. "Sarah, honey, there's no such thing as Bigfoot. You were alone in the woods for a long time. You were scared, injured. It's understandable that your mind might have played tricks on you." Before I could protest further, Dr. Patel entered the room, his face a mask of professional concern. "Sarah, I'm glad to see you're back," he said, checking my vitals. "You gave us quite a scare. Running off like that could have seriously compromised your recovery." I met his gaze defiantly. "I left because no one here is listening to me. I need you all to understand what really happened out there." Dr. Patel sighed, exchanging a glance with my parents. "Sarah, I understand you believe what you're saying, but—" "No," I interrupted, my voice rising. "I don't just believe it, I know it. I was there. I felt its hands on me, smelled its breath, looked into its eyes. It was real, and it's still out there." The doctor's expression softened into one of pity, which only fueled my frustration. "Sarah, you've suffered a severe trauma. It's not uncommon for the mind to create explanations or vivid hallucinations to cope with extreme stress. We'd like you to speak with Dr. Ramirez, our staff psychiatrist. She can help you process what you've been through." I turned to my parents, pleading. "Mom, Dad, please, you have to believe me. I'm not crazy. I'm not hallucinating. It really happened." My father patted my hand gently. "We know you believe that, sweetheart, and we're here for you no matter what. But maybe talking to Dr. Ramirez isn't such a bad idea." Tears of frustration welled up in my eyes. I felt utterly alone, surrounded by people who cared about me but couldn't or wouldn't accept the truth of what I'd experienced. Over the next few hours, a parade of people came through my room. Police officers who wanted to take my statement about the animal attack, their pens poised to write down anything but the truth I was telling them. A trauma counselor who spoke in soothing tones about PTSD and the tricks our minds can play on us. Even a local news reporter, eager for a story about a brave hiker's survival, but visibly deflating when I insisted on telling them about Bigfoot. With each retelling, with each skeptical look or patronizing nod, I felt a piece of myself crumbling away. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind really capable of creating such a vivid, terrifying experience? No. I clung to the memory of the creature's roar, the feel of its matted fur, the primal fear I'd felt in its presence. It had been real. I knew it had been real. As night fell, I found myself alone in my hospital room, the steady beep of monitors my only company. I reached for my phone, scrolling through social media in a desperate attempt to distract myself. But even there, I found no respite. Local news pages were filled with reports of my rescue, each one describing me as a hiker who had suffered a traumatic animal encounter. The comments section was even worse. Poor girl must have hit her head pretty hard to think she saw Bigfoot. Another attention seeker making up stories. Sad. If Bigfoot was real, don't you think we'd have found proof by now? Wake up, people. I threw my phone aside in disgust, wincing as the movement jarred my injured ribs. How could I make them understand? How could I convince them of the danger lurking in those woods? A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. A young nurse entered, carrying a tray with my evening medication. "How are you feeling, Sarah?" she asked kindly as she checked my IV. I sighed heavily. "Physically or mentally? Because apparently everyone thinks I'm losing my mind." The nurse paused, her expression softening. "You know, my grandfather used to tell stories about strange things he'd seen in these forests. Things that couldn't be explained. Not everyone is quick to dismiss the unexplained." For a moment, hope flared in my chest, but as quickly as it had come, it faded. One sympathetic nurse didn't change the fact that the world at large thought I was either lying or delusional. As she left, I turned my gaze to the window. In the distance, I could see the dark line of the forest against the night sky. Somewhere out there, the Bigfoot was roaming free, and I was the only one who knew the truth. I closed my eyes, exhaustion finally overtaking me. But even in sleep, I found no peace. My dreams were filled with glowing eyes, ear-splitting roars, and the sensation of being hunted. And through it all, a growing certainty that my encounter with the creature was far from over. As I tossed and turned, one thought echoed through my mind. I had to find a way to make them believe me. Somehow I had to prove that Bigfoot was real. Because if I didn't, it was only a matter of time before someone else fell victim to the monster in the woods. And next time, they might not be as lucky as I was. The morning light filtered through the hospital room window, rousing me from a fitful sleep plagued by nightmares of glowing eyes and terrifying roars. As I blinked away the remnants of my uneasy dreams, the reality of my situation came crashing back. I was alive, but trapped in a world of disbelief and denial. My body ached, a constant reminder of the ordeal I'd been through. But it was the emotional pain that truly wore on me. The frustration of not being believed, the fear that the creature was still out there, and the growing doubt that threatened to consume me. As I lay there, staring at the sterile white ceiling, a plan began to form in my mind. If no one would believe my words, perhaps I could find physical evidence to support my claim. I needed to prove that Bigfoot was real, not just for my own sanity, but to protect others from the danger lurking in the forest. With determination fueling my actions, I reached for my phone and began to search. Maps of the area where I was attacked, reports of other strange sightings, anything that might corroborate my experience. As I scrolled through countless websites and forums, my heart raced with a mixture of excitement and dread. A soft knock at the door interrupted my research. Dr. Ramirez, the hospital's psychiatrist, entered with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Sarah. How are you feeling today?" she asked, taking a seat beside my bed. I hesitated, weighing my words carefully. "Physically, I'm in pain. Emotionally, I feel frustrated and alone." Dr. Ramirez nodded sympathetically. "That's understandable. You've been through a traumatic experience. It's normal to have difficulty processing it." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew would be another uphill battle. "Dr. Ramirez, I know what I saw out there. It wasn't a hallucination or a dream. Bigfoot is real, and it attacked me." The psychiatrist's expression remained neutral, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. "Sarah, our minds can play tricks on us when we're under extreme stress. It's possible that your brain created this explanation to help you cope with the trauma of being lost and injured in the wilderness." I shook my head vehemently, wincing at the pain the movement caused. "No, you don't understand. I saw it clearly. I felt its hands on me. I smelled its breath. It was real." Dr. Ramirez leaned forward, her voice gentle but firm. "I believe that you believe what you're saying, Sarah. But consider this. If Bigfoot were real, don't you think there would be concrete evidence by now? Photos, DNA samples, something tangible?" Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. She was right. Where was the evidence? In my frantic escape and subsequent rescue, I hadn't thought to look for physical proof. No fur samples, no footprints, nothing but my own battered body and traumatized mind. As Dr. Ramirez continued to speak about trauma responses and the power of suggestion, I felt a wave of doubt wash over me. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind truly capable of creating such a vivid, terrifying experience? No. The memory of the creature's roar, the feel of its matted fur, the primal fear I'd felt in its presence, it had been real. I clung to that certainty like a lifeline. After Dr. Ramirez left, I returned to my phone with renewed determination. I pored over maps of the area where I was attacked, trying to pinpoint the exact location of my encounter. If I could just find that spot again, maybe there would be some trace of the creature left behind. As I zoomed in on satellite images of the dense forest, my hands began to shake. The thought of returning to those woods, even virtually, sent a chill down my spine. But I had to push through the fear. I had to find the truth. Hours passed as I delved deeper into my research. I reached out to Bigfoot researchers online, hoping to find someone who would take my account seriously. But even in these circles, my story was met with skepticism. "Sorry, but your account doesn't match typical Sasquatch behavior," one researcher wrote. "They're generally shy and avoid human contact. A violent attack like you describe is highly unusual." Another message read, "Without physical evidence, it's hard to verify your claim. Do you have any photos or videos from your hike?" I stared at my phone in disbelief. Even the people who believed in Bigfoot's existence doubted my experience. The isolation I felt deepened, threatening to swallow me whole. As afternoon turned to evening, a nurse came in to check my vitals and bring dinner. She frowned at the dark circles under my eyes and the untouched lunch tray from earlier. "You need to rest, Sarah," she admonished gently. "Your body needs time to heal." I nodded absently, my mind still racing with theories and possibilities. As the nurse left, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window. The person staring back at me was a stranger, pale, gaunt, with wild eyes that spoke of a desperation bordering on madness. For a moment, doubt crept in again. Was I losing my mind? Had the trauma of being lost in the woods caused me to create this elaborate fantasy? No. I shook my head, pushing away the doubt. I knew what I had experienced. The Bigfoot was real, and I had to find a way to prove it. As night fell, I found myself standing at the window, staring out at the distant silhouette of the forest. Somewhere out there, the creature was still roaming free. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but it also steeled my resolve. I couldn't go back into those woods. The very idea filled me with paralyzing terror. But I couldn't just sit here and do nothing either. There had to be a way to uncover the truth, to make people believe me. As I turned away from the window, my gaze fell on the small leather-bound journal on my bedside table, a gift from Margaret, the Bigfoot researcher I had met during my brief escape from the hospital. She had encouraged me to write down every detail I could remember about my encounter. With trembling hands, I picked up the journal and a pen. If I couldn't find physical evidence, perhaps documenting my experience in painstaking detail would be the next best thing. Maybe, just maybe, the truth of my words would be enough to convince someone. As I began to write, pouring my terrifying experience onto the pages, I felt a strange mix of fear and determination. The memory of the Bigfoot's roar echoed in my mind, spurring me on. I would make them believe, no matter what it took. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of my quest for truth, a journey that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the world and push me to the very limits of my sanity. The soft beep of medical equipment and the muted bustle of the hospital corridor outside my room faded into the background as I stared at my reflection in the small bathroom mirror. It had been nearly 48 hours since my encounter with Bigfoot, and the person looking back at me was almost unrecognizable. My face was a canvas of cuts and bruises, each one a stark reminder of the creature's brutal attack. Dark circles shadowed my eyes, evidence of sleepless nights filled with terrifying nightmares. But it was the look in those eyes that truly startled me, a wild, haunted gaze that spoke of an experience beyond the realm of normal human understanding. As I traced the outline of a particularly nasty bruise on my cheek, I couldn't help but flinch at the memory of the Bigfoot's massive hand clamping down on my face. The scent of its foul breath, the sound of its bone-chilling roar, it all came flooding back in vivid detail. A soft knock at the door jolted me from my reverie. "Sarah, are you all right in there?" It was my mother, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine, Mom," I called back, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I'll be out in a minute." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for another day of disbelief and pitying looks. As I opened the door, I was met with my mother's worried gaze. "Oh, honey," she said softly, reaching out to gently touch my face. "I wish you'd let the doctors give you something to help you sleep. These nightmares aren't doing you any good." I shook my head, wincing slightly at the movement. "No, Mom. I need to stay alert. I need to remember every detail." My mother's expression fell, a mix of sadness and frustration crossing her face. "Sarah, please. This obsession with Bigfoot, it's not healthy. Dr. Ramirez says—" "I don't care what Dr. Ramirez says," I snapped, immediately regretting my harsh tone as I saw the hurt in my mother's eyes. "I'm sorry, Mom. I need you to believe me. What I saw out there, what attacked me, it was real." Before she could respond, there was another knock at the door. Dr. Patel entered, clipboard in hand and a forced smile on his face. "Good morning, Sarah. How are we feeling today?" he asked, his tone professionally cheerful. I sighed, already tired of the routine. "Physically or mentally?" "Because physically I feel like I've been hit by a truck. And mentally, well, everyone seems to think I'm losing my mind." Dr. Patel's smile faltered slightly. "I understand this is frustrating for you, Sarah. But you've been through a traumatic experience. It's natural for the mind to create explanations, even fantastical ones, to cope with extreme stress." I clenched my fists, fighting back the urge to scream. How many times would I have to hear this? How many ways could they find to tell me I was crazy without actually saying the words? "Doctor," I said, struggling to keep my voice level. "I know what I saw. I know what attacked me. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a mountain lion. And it certainly wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was Bigfoot." Dr. Patel exchanged a glance with my mother, that infuriating look of concern and pity that I'd grown to hate over the past 2 days. "Sarah," he began carefully, "I think it might be beneficial for you to speak with Dr. Ramirez again. She can help you process." "No," I interrupted firmly. "No more psychiatrists, no more trauma counselors. What I need is for someone to listen to me, to actually hear what I'm saying." The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. I could see the worry etched on my mother's face, the professional mask slipping on Dr. Patel's. They thought I was losing my grip on reality, and nothing I said seemed to change their minds. As the day wore on, I found myself retreating further into my own thoughts. Visitors came and went. My father bringing books to keep me occupied. A police officer following up on my animal attack report. Even a local news reporter, eager for a heroic survival story, but visibly deflating when I insisted on telling the truth about Bigfoot. With each retelling, with each skeptical look or patronizing nod, I felt a piece of myself crumbling away. The certainty I'd felt in the immediate aftermath of the attack was being eroded by a constant barrage of disbelief and rational explanations. As night fell, I found myself alone in my room, staring out the window at the distant silhouette of the forest. Somewhere out there, the Bigfoot was still roaming free. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, a mixture of fear and something else. A strange, almost magnetic pull that both terrified and intrigued me. I shook my head, trying to clear away the thought. No, I couldn't go back there. The very idea of stepping foot in those woods again filled me with paralyzing terror. A movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. For a split second, I thought I saw a large, dark figure at the edge of the forest. My heart leapt into my throat, adrenaline surging through my body. I blinked and it was gone. Just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the setting sun. but the fear remained, a cold knot in the pit of my stomach. As I turned away from the window, my gaze fell on the small mirror on the bedside table. I picked it up, studying my reflection once more. The bruises were starting to fade, the cuts beginning to heal. But the haunted look in my eyes remained, a permanent reminder of what I'd been through. I traced the scar left by the Bigfoot's claws, a jagged line running from my temple to my jaw. It was the only physical evidence of my encounter that no one could deny. But would it be enough? Would anyone ever truly believe my story? As I set the mirror down, a realization hit me with startling clarity. The disbelief of others was slowly eroding my own confidence, making me question my own memories of that terrifying night. What if they were right? What if my mind had conjured up this impossible creature as a way to cope with the trauma of being lost and injured in the wilderness? No. I clenched my fists, pushing away the doubt. I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. The Bigfoot was real, and no amount of skepticism or rational explanations could change that fact. But as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that my ordeal was far from over. The memory of the Bigfoot's roar echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of the creature's existence, and somewhere in the depths of my subconscious, a terrifying thought took root. What if it wasn't done with me? As the hospital fell quiet and the night deepened, I tossed and turned, trapped between the world of disbelief that surrounded me and the terrifying reality I had experienced. In my dreams, I found myself back in the forest, the sound of heavy footsteps and guttural growls always just behind me, never quite catching up, but never fading away. And as I jolted awake in the early hours of the morning, drenched in sweat and heart pounding, one thought crystallized with chilling clarity. Somewhere out there, in the dark depths of the forest, the Bigfoot was still waiting. And I couldn't shake the feeling that our paths would cross again, whether I wanted them to or not. The sun was dipping below the jagged peaks of the Sawtooth Mountains as I guided my old Jeep along the winding forest road. The GPS had lost signal miles ago, leaving me to navigate by the faded map spread across my passenger seat. I was headed to a remote campground in the heart of Idaho's wilderness, a place my buddy Mike had raved about for its pristine beauty and isolation. "You'll love it, Tom," he'd said, slapping me on the back. "Just you and nature. No cell service, no tourists. Perfect for clearing your head after that mess with Sarah." I grimaced at the memory. The breakup had been rough, and maybe Mike was right. Maybe I did need this. As I rounded another bend, the trees seemed to press in closer, their shadows lengthening in the fading light. An uneasy feeling settled in my gut, a prickle at the base of my neck that made me grip the steering wheel tighter. I chalked it up to nerves. It had been years since I'd gone camping alone. The road narrowed and I slowed to a crawl, wincing at every scrape of branch against metal. Finally, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing. A weathered wooden sign proclaimed, "Bear Creek Campground." I pulled into the empty lot, killing the engine. The sudden silence was oppressive. broken only by the soft ticking of the cooling engine and the whisper of wind through the pines. I sat there for a moment, listening. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals. Just silence. "Get it together, Johnson," I muttered, shaking off the creeping unease. "It's just the woods." I stepped out of the Jeep, stretching my cramped muscles. The air was crisp, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. As I moved to the back to unload my gear, a twig snapped somewhere in the forest behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but deepening shadows. "Probably just a deer," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. But my voice sounded small and unconvincing in the vast stillness. I busied myself with setting up camp, the familiar routine helping to calm my nerves. As I hammered the last tent stake into the ground, I noticed the light had faded considerably. The forest around me was now a wall of inky blackness, broken only by slivers of moonlight filtering through the canopy. Time for a fire, I decided, gathering kindling from the edge of the clearing. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every few moments I'd pause, straining my ears for any sound out of place. But there was only the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. With the fire crackling merrily, I sat back in my camp chair, cracking open a beer from my cooler. The dancing flames pushed back the darkness, creating a small island of light and warmth. I should have felt relaxed, at peace with nature. Instead, the unease from earlier had grown into a gnawing anxiety. "You're being ridiculous," I scolded myself, taking a long swig of beer. "There's nothing out there but trees and maybe a few harmless animals." As if in response to my thoughts, a low, rumbling sound echoed from the forest. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not quite a growl, not quite a roar. My breath caught in my throat and I found myself on my feet, peering into the darkness beyond the firelight. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded weak and scared even to my own ears. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, but it felt charged now, as if the very air was holding its breath. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Slowly the normal sounds of the forest returned, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets. I let out a shaky laugh, running a hand through my hair. "Great job, Tom. Scaring yourself over nothing. Some outdoorsman you are." But as I settled back into my chair, I couldn't quite convince myself it had been nothing. That sound, it had been real, and it had been close. I tried to distract myself by going through my plans for the next day. I'd hike up to Crystal Lake, maybe do some fishing. The exertion and fresh air would do me good, help clear my head of all this nonsense. As the fire began to die down, I realized how exhausted I was from the long drive and setting up camp. I stood, stretching, and tossed the dregs of my beer into the embers with a hiss. "Time to turn in," I murmured, zipping up my jacket against the night chill. I made my way to the tent, pausing to scan the tree line one last time. The forest was still, the moonlight casting strange, shifting shadows. For a moment I thought I saw something move, a darker patch of shadow among the trees, massive and hunched. I blinked, and it was gone. "It's just your imagination," I told myself firmly, ducking into the tent. "Get some sleep. Everything will look better in the morning." I zipped up my sleeping bag, the nylon rustling loudly in the quiet night. Outside I could hear the dying crackle of the fire, the soft whisper of wind through the trees. Normal sounds, safe sounds. But as I lay there staring up at the canvas above me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something that didn't belong in these woods, something that was watching, waiting. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew I was jolting awake, every nerve in my body screaming danger. For a moment I was disoriented, unsure of what had woken me. Then I heard it, a heavy, rhythmic breathing, just outside my tent. My heart pounded so hard I was sure whatever was out there must hear it. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. straining my ears. The breathing continued, deep and raspy, punctuated by soft grunts and the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the underbrush. "It's just a bear," I whispered to myself, though I knew in my gut that wasn't true. Bears didn't move like that, didn't breathe like that. Suddenly, a twig snapped loudly, much closer than before. I flinched, a small involuntary sound escaping my throat. The breathing outside stopped abruptly. For a long, terrible moment, there was complete silence. Then, without warning, an ear-splitting roar shattered the night, so loud and so close that the walls of my tent shook. I scrambled upright, my sleeping bag tangling around my legs as I fought to reach the tent zipper. Whatever was out there, I knew with terrifying certainty that the thin fabric of my tent wouldn't protect me. As my fingers finally found the zipper, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice. The slow, deliberate unzipping of my tent from the outside. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the zipper of my tent slowly open from the outside. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the stillness of the night, each tooth separating with a deliberate, menacing click. "Hey!" I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, betraying my fear. There was no response, just the continued, agonizingly slow unzipping of the tent. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. As I clicked it on, the beam caught something outside the tent. A massive, fur-covered hand, easily twice the size of my own, gripping the zipper. I recoiled in horror, scrambling backwards until I hit the far side of the tent. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. The zipper reached its end, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, with a sound like ripping fabric, the entire front of the tent was torn away. I raised my arm to shield my eyes from the sudden influx of moonlight, and when I lowered it, I found myself face to face with a nightmare. It stood there, hunched and massive, easily 8 feet tall even in its stooped posture. Shaggy fur covered its entire body, matted and tangled with twigs and leaves. But it was the creature's face that froze the scream in my throat. Beneath a sloping brow, 2 eyes gleamed with an intelligence that was anything but human. They fixed on me with a predatory focus that made my blood run cold. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then, without warning, the creature let out a roar that shook me to my very core. The sound was primal, filled with rage and hunger. It galvanized me into action. I lunged for the gap where the tent opening used to be, my only thought to get away, to run as fast and as far as I could. But I had barely made it 2 steps when I felt something grab the back of my shirt. With terrifying strength, I was lifted off my feet and flung backwards. I crashed into my camping gear, pain exploding through my back as I landed on my cooler. Gasping for breath, I looked up to see the creature advancing on me. Its massive form blocked out the moonlight, casting me in shadow. I could smell its musky, animal odor, hear its heavy breathing. This was it, I thought. This is how I die. But some primal instinct for survival kicked in. My hand closed around the handle of my camping hatchet, and without thinking, I swung it with all my might. The blade connected with the creature's arm, and it let out a bellow of pain and rage. I didn't wait to see more. I scrambled to my feet and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no thought of direction. Behind me, I could hear the monster giving chase, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, roots threatened to trip me at every step. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. The sound of pursuit was ever present, sometimes falling behind, sometimes terrifyingly close. I burst into a small clearing, the moonlight suddenly bright after the darkness of the forest. For a moment, I thought I might have lost my pursuer. Then I heard a growl from the trees to my left. I turned, and time seemed to slow down. The creature emerged from the shadows, its massive form illuminated by the moonlight. I could see it clearly now, the broad, sloping forehead, the deep-set eyes glinting with malevolence, the powerful arms ending in hands that could easily crush a man. "Bigfoot," I whispered. the word escaping my lips before I could stop it. The creature's eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment I knew with certainty that this was no mindless beast. There was an intelligence there, alien and terrifying. It took a step towards me, lips pulling back to reveal yellowed, pointed teeth. I backed away, my mind racing. I needed a weapon, something to defend myself with. My eyes darted around the clearing, finally landing on a thick branch lying a few feet away. I dove for it, my fingers closing around the rough bark, just as I heard the creature charge. I spun around, swinging the branch with all my might. It connected with a satisfying thud, and the monster stumbled back, more surprised than hurt. But it gave me the opening I needed. I turned and ran again, my legs pumping furiously as I crashed back into the forest. I had no idea where I was going. All sense of direction was lost in the chaos of the chase. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible, but I could hear it behind me, gaining ground with every passing second. Suddenly the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I had run right off the edge of a steep embankment. I tumbled head over heels, rocks and branches tearing at my skin as I fell. Pain exploded through my body as I finally came to a stop at the bottom. For a moment, I lay there dazed and gasping for breath. Every part of me hurt. I could taste blood in my mouth and my vision swam when I tried to focus. But the sound of something large crashing down the slope after me jolted me back to full awareness. I struggled to my feet, swaying unsteadily. My right ankle screamed in protest when I put weight on it, probably sprained if not broken. But I couldn't worry about that now. I had to keep moving. I limped forward as fast as I could, using trees for support. The forest was darker here, the canopy blocking out most of the moonlight. I could hear the creature behind me, its breathing heavy and rhythmic. It wasn't running anymore. It didn't need to. It knew I was injured, knew I couldn't escape. I stumbled into another small clearing and realized with a sinking heart that I had nowhere left to run. Sheer rock faces rose on three sides, unclimbable in my current state. I turned to face the direction I had come from, pressing my back against the cool stone. The creature emerged from the trees, its massive form blocking the only exit. It moved slowly now, almost leisurely. Those intelligent eyes were fixed on me, and I swear I could see satisfaction in them. It knew it had me trapped. As it advanced, I cast about desperately for anything I could use as a weapon. My hands closed around a fist-sized rock, and I hurled it with all my might. It struck the creature's chest, bouncing off harmlessly. The monster didn't even flinch. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice hoarse with fear. "Get away from me." The creature paused, cocking its head as if considering my words. For a brief, insane moment, I thought it might actually listen, might turn and leave me be. Then it charged. I had no time to react. One moment it was across the clearing, the next it was on me. A huge hand clamped around my throat, lifting me off my feet. I clawed at the fur-covered arm, gasping for air. The creature's face was inches from mine now, its hot, fetid breath washing over me. I stared into its eyes, saw my own terrified reflection in those dark pools. As my vision began to darken at the edges, a single crystal-clear thought cut through the panic. This is real. Bigfoot is real, and it's going to kill me. Then, mercifully, everything went black. I gasped for air as consciousness slammed back into me. The creature's grip on my throat had loosened, and I found myself on the ground, coughing and sputtering. My vision swam, dark spots dancing at the edges, but adrenaline surged through my body, pushing away the fog of near unconsciousness. The massive form of Bigfoot loomed over me, a dark silhouette against the star-studded sky. For a moment I wondered why it had released me. Then I saw it raise its head, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Something had caught its attention, distracting it from its prey, me. I didn't waste the opportunity. Ignoring the screaming pain in my ankle and the burning in my lungs, I scrambled to my feet and bolted for the gap between the rock faces. Behind me, I heard a roar of fury as the creature realized its quarry was escaping. The forest was a blur of shadows and moonlight as I ran. Branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me at every step, but terror kept me moving. The sound of pursuit was deafening, trees cracking, undergrowth being trampled, and that terrible guttural breathing getting closer with each passing second. "Help!" I screamed, though I knew it was futile. There was no one out here, no one to hear my cries. "Somebody please help me." My foot caught on a protruding root, and I went down hard, tumbling head over heels down a slight incline. Pain exploded through my already battered body as I collided with rocks and fallen branches. When I finally came to a stop, I lay there for a moment, dazed and gasping. The momentary silence was broken by the sound of heavy footfalls approaching. Panic surged through me, giving me the strength to push myself up. I looked around wildly, trying to get my bearings. Moonlight filtered through a break in the canopy, illuminating a narrow game trail to my right. Without thinking, I lurched to my feet and stumbled onto it, hoping against hope that it might lead to safety. The trail wound through the dense forest, sometimes so narrow I had to turn sideways to squeeze through gaps between trees. My lungs burned, and every step sent jolts of pain through my injured ankle, but I pushed on. The sounds of pursuit never faded. If anything, they grew louder. Suddenly, the trail opened up into a small clearing. In the center stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches reaching out like grasping fingers in the moonlight. For a split second, I hesitated, unsure which way to go. That moment of indecision cost me dearly. A massive form burst from the tree line behind me, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. I didn't even have time to turn before I felt those huge hands grab me, lifting me off my feet as if I weighed nothing. I screamed, a sound of pure terror that echoed through the night. The creature roared in response, the sound so loud and so close that it felt like my eardrums might burst. Then, with a casual flick of its powerful arms, it threw me. I sailed through the air, the world spinning crazily around me. My flight was abruptly halted as I slammed into the trunk of the old oak. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I crumpled to the ground at its base, fighting to draw breath into my stunned lungs. Through watering eyes, I saw the creature advancing on me. Its eyes gleamed with predatory intent, lips pulled back in a snarl that revealed yellowed, pointed teeth. This was it, I thought. This time there would be no escape. But as the monster reached for me, a loud crack echoed through the clearing. We both froze, the creature's head whipping around towards the source of the noise. In the distance, I could see a faint glow. Flashlights. "Hello?" A voice called out, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. "Is someone there?" we heard screaming. For a moment, hope surged through me. Then I looked back at the creature and felt that hope die. Its eyes had narrowed, a low growl rumbling from its chest. It wasn't retreating. If anything, it looked angrier. I had to make a choice. If I called out, I might bring help, but I'd also be leading innocent people into danger. Could I live with myself if this thing killed them because of me? The decision was taken out of my hands as the creature suddenly lunged forward, grabbing me by the shirt. With terrifying strength, it lifted me off the ground and flung me over its shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Then, without a backward glance, it took off running, away from the approaching lights. The world became a dizzying blur of motion. I bounced painfully against the creature's back as it ran, its long strides eating up the ground at an impossible pace. Trees whipped past us, branches scratching at my face and arms. I tried to struggle, to break free, but the monster's grip was like iron. "Help!" I screamed, my voice hoarse and barely audible over the wind rushing past us. "Someone please help me!" My cries went unanswered as we plunged deeper into the forest. The creature's breathing was heavy but steady, showing no signs of tiring despite its breakneck pace. I, on the other hand, felt like I might pass out at any moment. The combination of fear, pain, and the jostling motion was too much. Just as the edges of my vision began to darken, the creature skidded to a halt. For a moment, we stood still, its massive chest heaving beneath me. Then, without warning, it flung me to the ground. I landed hard, the impact driving what little air remained from my lungs. As I lay there, Gasping and disoriented, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the gurgling rush of fast-moving water. Pushing myself up on trembling arms, I found myself on the edge of a steep ravine. At the bottom, maybe 30 feet below, a river raged, its waters white with foam as it crashed over rocks. The creature loomed over me, its massive form blocking out the moonlight. Those intelligent, terrifying eyes bored into mine, and I saw something there that I couldn't quite understand. Was it curiosity? Anger? Or something else entirely? For a long moment we stared at each other. Then slowly, deliberately, it raised one massive foot and placed it on my chest. The meaning was clear. One small push, and I'd be over the edge. "Please," I whispered, though I knew it was futile. This thing, whatever it was, didn't understand human speech. Or if it did, it didn't care. The pressure on my chest increased. I could feel myself sliding backwards, inches from the precipice. In that moment, staring death in the face, a strange calm came over me. If this was how it ended, so be it. At least I knew the truth now. Bigfoot was real. Just as I felt myself start to tip over the edge, a chorus of voices echoed through the forest behind us. The creature's head snapped up, its eyes widening. For the first time, I saw something like fear in its expression. It looked down at me one last time, and I swear I saw something like regret pass over its features. Then with a grunt, it shoved me hard. I tumbled backwards, my stomach lurching as I felt empty air beneath me. The last thing I saw before I fell was the creature turning and disappearing into the forest, melting into the shadows as if it had never been there at all. Then I was falling, the roar of the river growing louder with each passing second. I had just enough time to take a deep breath before I plunged into the icy, turbulent waters below. The icy water hit me like 1,000 needles, driving the air from my lungs. For a moment, I was completely disoriented, tumbling end over end in the churning rapids. My survival instinct kicked in and I fought my way to the surface, gasping for air as I broke through. The current was relentless, sweeping me downstream at a terrifying pace. Jagged rocks loomed out of the darkness, threatening to dash me to pieces. I struggled to keep my head above water, my already battered body protesting with every movement. "Help!" I screamed whenever I could draw breath, though I knew it was futile. The roar of the river drowned out my cries, and there was no one around to hear them anyway. Just as I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, my foot caught on something solid. With the last of my strength, I grabbed onto what turned out to be a fallen tree, half submerged in the river. I clung to it, shivering and gasping, as I tried to gather my wits. The moonlight was bright enough for me to make out the riverbank not too far away. If I could just make it there, I might have a chance. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I began to inch my way along the tree trunk, fighting against the current with every move. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, before my feet finally touched the muddy bank. I dragged myself out of the water, collapsing on the shore, too exhausted to move any further. For a moment I just lay there, feeling the cold earth beneath me, listening to the rush of the river and my own ragged breathing. But I couldn't rest for long. The creature was still out there, and I had no idea how far it had thrown me or in what direction. For all I knew, it could be tracking me right now. With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet. Every part of me ached, and my clothes were soaked and torn. I looked around, trying to get my bearings, but nothing looked familiar. The dense forest loomed on all sides, dark and forbidding. "Okay, Tom," I muttered to myself, my voice shaky. "You've got to move. Find help. You can do this." I picked a direction at random and started walking, using trees for support. My ankle throbbed with every step, and I could feel warm blood trickling from various cuts and scrapes. But the fear of what might be lurking in the shadows kept me moving. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the dark, silent forest. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing, convinced that the creature was about to leap out at me. Just as I was beginning to think I was going in circles, I heard something that made me freeze in my tracks. A low, rumbling growl coming from somewhere to my left. I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat. There, half hidden in the shadows of a massive pine, stood the creature. Bigfoot. Its eyes gleamed in the darkness, fixed on me with predatory focus. For a moment, we just stared at each other. I knew I should run, but my legs wouldn't obey. Fear had me rooted to the spot. Then, without warning, it charged. I broke from my paralysis and ran, ignoring the screaming pain in my ankle. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, blind panic driving me forward. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, tumbling across the forest floor. Before I could get up, a massive hand wrapped around my ankle, dragging me backwards. I clawed at the ground, desperate for anything to hold on to, but it was useless. The creature flipped me over, and I found myself staring up into its face. This close, I could see every detail. The matted fur, the powerful jaw, the startlingly human-like eyes filled with what I could only describe as rage. Its hand shot out, wrapping around my throat. I gasped, clawing at its arm, but it was like trying to move a tree trunk. The creature lifted me off the ground, my feet dangling uselessly in the air. As my vision began to darken at the edges, a strange calm came over me. So this was how it ended. At least now I knew the truth. Bigfoot was real, and I was about to die at its hands. Just as I thought it was over, the creature suddenly released its grip. I fell to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. Through watering eyes, I saw it take a step back, its head cocked to one side as if listening for something. Then, without warning, it reached down and grabbed me again. But instead of attacking, it threw me over its shoulder just like before. Before I could even process what was happening, we were moving, the creature running at that impossible speed through the forest. Trees whipped past in a blur. I bounced painfully against its back, too weak and disoriented to struggle. All I could do was hang on and pray that whatever was happening, it would be over soon. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, the creature skidded to a halt. Without ceremony, it dumped me on the ground. I lay there, dazed and aching, as I heard its heavy breathing above me. Slowly, I pushed myself up onto my elbows, looking around. We were in a small clearing surrounded by dense forest on all sides. The creature stood a few feet away, its massive form silhouetted against the night sky. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. I could see curiosity in its eyes mixed with something else. Anger? Frustration? I couldn't tell. Then it did something I never expected. It spoke. The sound that came from its mouth wasn't any language I recognized. It was a series of grunts and growls, but there was a clear pattern to it, an undeniable intelligence behind the noise. I stared, slack-jawed. What are you saying?" I managed to croak out. The creature's eyes narrowed. It took a step towards me and I instinctively scrambled backwards. But I wasn't fast enough. Its hand shot out, grabbing the front of my shirt. With terrifying strength, it lifted me off the ground until we were face to face. Those intelligent eyes bored into mine, and I saw something there that made my blood run cold. Purpose. Decision. Without warning, it threw me to the ground. Pain exploded through my body as I hit hard, knocking the wind out of me. Before I could recover, I felt its massive hand on my chest, pinning me down. I looked up, terror coursing through me. The creature's face was inches from mine, its hot breath washing over me. I could see every detail of its features, the intelligence in its eyes that was so at odds with its monstrous appearance. It raised its other hand, and I saw its claws glint in the moonlight. This was it, I thought. This is how I die. As the creature's hand descended, I closed my eyes, bracing for the pain. But instead of tearing into me, I felt a sharp, localized pain on my chest. My eyes flew open to see the creature deliberately carving something into my skin with one claw. I wanted to scream, to fight back, but I was paralyzed with fear and confusion. What was it doing? Why? After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, The creature stepped back. I lay there gasping, feeling warm blood trickle down my chest. The creature looked at me one last time, making that strange grunting noise again. Then, without another sound, it turned and disappeared into the forest, melting into the shadows as if it had never been there at all. I don't know how long I lay there, shock and pain keeping me immobile. Eventually, I managed to push myself up, wincing at the pain in my chest. I looked down, trying to see what the creature had carved into me. In the dim moonlight, I could just make out a series of strange symbols etched into my skin. They looked like no writing I'd ever seen before, a mix of angular lines and curves that made no sense to me. As I sat there trying to process what had just happened, I heard a sound that made my heart leap. Voices and the beam of flashlights in the distance. "Help," I croaked, my voice barely above a whisper. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Help, over here." The voices grew closer, and soon I saw figures emerging from the trees. As the flashlight beams fell on me, I heard gasps of shock. "Oh my God," someone said. "What happened to you?" As the adrenaline began to fade, the full weight of my ordeal crashed down on me. I opened my mouth to explain, to tell them about Bigfoot, about the chase, about everything. But as I looked at their concerned faces, I realized how insane it would all sound. Instead, I just shook my head, feeling tears start to well up in my eyes. I don't know," I lied. "I need help. Please." As they rushed to my aid, calling for medical assistance, I cast one last look at the dark forest. Somewhere out there, I knew the creature was watching. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. The strange symbols on my chest seemed to burn, a constant reminder of the unbelievable truth I now carried. Bigfoot was real, and for some reason it had chosen me. The world around me faded in and out of focus as the rescue team worked to stabilize me. Their voices seemed distant, muffled, as if I were underwater. I tried to concentrate to stay present, but the pain and exhaustion threatened to pull me under. "Sir, can you hear me?" A woman's face swam into view, her brow furrowed with concern. "Can you tell us your name?" I licked my dry lips, tasting blood. "Tom," I managed to croak out. "Tom Johnson." "Okay, Tom," she said, her voice calm and reassuring. "We're going to get you out of here. Can you tell us what happened?" For a moment I considered telling them everything. About the creature, the chase, the strange symbols carved into my chest. But as I opened my mouth, I caught sight of the skeptical looks the other rescuers were exchanging. They'd never believe me. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed it myself. I don't remember," I lied, wincing as they began to move me onto a stretcher. "Everything's a blur." The woman, her name tag read Sarah, nodded sympathetically. "That's okay, Tom. You've been through a lot. We'll get you to the hospital, and they'll take good care of you there." As they lifted the stretcher, a sharp pain shot through my chest. I gasped, my hand instinctively going to the spot where the creature had carved those strange symbols. "Easy there," one of the male rescuers said. "You've got some nasty cuts on your chest. Try not to touch them." I nodded weakly, letting my hand fall back to my side. But I could still feel the symbols burning, a constant reminder of what I'd been through. The journey out of the forest was a blur of pain and disorientation. Every jolt of the stretcher sent waves of agony through my battered body. I drifted in and out of consciousness, fragments of the night's events playing behind my closed eyelids like a horrific slideshow. At some point, I became aware of the rhythmic thump of helicopter blades. I cracked open my eyes to see the forest falling away beneath us, the trees becoming a dark, undulating sea in the pre-dawn light. "Hang in there, Tom." Sarah's voice came from beside me. "We're almost to the hospital." I wanted to respond, to thank her, but exhaustion pulled me back into darkness. The next thing I knew, I was being wheeled through bright fluorescent-lit corridors. Doctors and nurses swarmed around me, their voices a cacophony of medical jargon I couldn't begin to understand. "Male, mid-30s, found in Sawtooth National Forest," someone was saying. Multiple lacerations, possible internal injuries, signs of strangulation. I tried to focus, to make sense of what was happening, but it was all too much. The lights, the noise, the pain. It was overwhelming. I felt myself slipping away again, and this time I didn't fight it. When I next opened my eyes, the world was mercifully quiet. I was in a hospital room, the soft beep of monitors the only sound. Sunlight streamed through a window, telling me that at least a day had passed since my ordeal in the forest. As I became more aware, I realized someone was in the room with me. A man in a police uniform stood by the foot of my bed, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Mr. Johnson?" he said, noticing I was awake. "I'm Officer Daniels. How are you feeling?" I swallowed, my throat dry and sore. "Like I've been hit by a truck," I managed to rasp out. He nodded sympathetically. "I can imagine. The doctors say you're lucky to be alive. Can you tell me what happened out there?" And there it was. The question I'd been dreading. How could I possibly explain what I'd been through? Who would believe me? I'm not sure," I said, deciding to stick with my earlier story. "It's all pretty hazy." Officer Daniels frowned slightly. "Mr. Johnson, I understand you've been through a traumatic experience, but any information you can give us would be helpful. Your injuries, well, they're not consistent with a simple hiking accident." I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the truth pressing down on me. When I opened them again, I made a decision. "You want to know what happened?" I said, my voice stronger now. "I was attacked by something I can't explain." The officer leaned in, his interest piqued. "What do you mean? Was it an animal?" I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "I wish it was that simple. It was... God, you're going to think I'm crazy." "Try me," he said, his voice gentle but firm. Taking a deep breath, I told him everything. The initial encounter at my campsite, the chase through the forest, the terrifying strength and intelligence of the creature. I described its appearance in detail. The matted fur, the human-like eyes, the impossible size and speed. As I spoke, I saw the skepticism grow in Officer Daniels' eyes. By the time I got to the part about the creature carving symbols into my chest, he was shaking his head. "Mr. Johnson," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "I understand you've been through a lot, but what you're describing, it sounds like Bigfoot." "I know how it sounds," I said, frustration creeping into my voice. "But I'm telling you, it was real. Look at my chest. The symbols are there." Daniels glanced at my chest, which was covered in bandages. "The doctors noted some unusual lacerations, yes, but they attributed those to your fall and the subsequent time in the river." I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Of course they didn't believe me. How could they? If I hadn't lived through it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. "Listen," Daniels said, his voice softening. "Trauma can do strange things to the mind. It's not uncommon for victims of animal attacks to misremember or embellish details. The important thing is that you survived." I turned away, staring out the window at the sunny day beyond. Somewhere out there, in the vastness of the Sawtooth National Forest, the creature was still out there, and I was the only one who knew the truth. "Is there anything else you can tell me?" Daniels pressed. "Anything that might help us understand what happened?" I considered telling him about the strange vocalizations the creature had made, the almost human-like intelligence I'd seen in its eyes. But what was the point? He already thought I was delusional or lying. "No," I said finally, my voice flat. "There's nothing else. Daniels nodded, jotting something down in his notebook. "All right, Mr. Johnson, get some rest. We'll be in touch if we need any more information." As he left the room, I felt a crushing sense of isolation settle over me. I was alone with the truth, a truth no one would ever believe. I closed my eyes, feeling the phantom pain of the symbols on my chest. They were proof of what I'd experienced, a constant reminder that I wasn't crazy. but they were hidden beneath bandages, soon to fade into scars that would be easily explained away. As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling in my mind. Bigfoot was real. I had seen it, fought it, survived it, and somehow I knew this wasn't over. The creature was still out there, and for reasons I couldn't begin to understand, it had chosen me. The truth was a burden I would have to bear alone. But as I slipped into unconsciousness, I made a silent vow. I would find a way to prove what had happened. Somehow, someday, the world would know the truth about what lurked in the shadows of the forest. The steady beep of hospital monitors pulled me from a fitful sleep. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a deceptively cheerful glow on the sterile room. For a moment I lay there, disoriented, my mind struggling to piece together where I was and why. Then, like a flood, the memories came crashing back. Bigfoot, the chase, the attack, the strange symbols carved into my chest. I sat up abruptly, ignoring the sharp pain that shot through my body at the sudden movement. My hands flew to my chest, fingers probing at the bandages that covered the area where the creature had marked me. "Whoa there, Mr. Johnson," a voice said from the doorway. I looked up to see a nurse entering the room, a concerned frown on her face. "You need to take it easy. You've been through quite an ordeal." I laughed bitterly. She had no idea. "How long have I been here?" I asked, my voice hoarse from disuse. "About 36 hours, she replied, checking my vitals. "You've been in and out of consciousness. The doctor will be in shortly to check on you." As she bustled around the room, I tried to gather my thoughts. 36 hours. It felt like a lifetime ago that I had been setting up camp in the Sawtooth National Forest, blissfully unaware of the nightmare that awaited me. Can I see my chest?" I asked hesitantly. The nurse paused, giving me a sympathetic look. "I don't think that's a good idea right now, Mr. Johnson. Your injuries are still fresh. Let's wait for the doctor, okay?" I nodded reluctantly, sinking back into the pillows. Part of me was desperate to see the symbols, to prove to myself that it hadn't all been some trauma-induced hallucination. But another part was terrified of what I might find, or not find. The doctor arrived a short while later, a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. "Mr. Johnson," he said, consulting my chart, "I'm Dr. Patel. How are you feeling?" "Like I've been hit by a truck," I replied honestly. "Doctor, what exactly are my injuries?" Dr. Patel's expression turned serious. "You've suffered multiple lacerations and contusions across your body, a sprained ankle, and signs of near strangulation. There's also evidence of hypothermia, likely from your time in the river. But what concerns me most are the unusual marks on your chest." My heart rate spiked, causing the monitor to beat more rapidly. "The marks? What about them?" The doctor hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "They're unlike anything I've seen before. Too precise to be from a fall or animal attack. Mr. Johnson, can you tell me how you got those marks?" I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. This was my chance to tell the truth, to have someone believe me. But as I opened my mouth, I remembered the skeptical looks, the disbelief in Officer Daniel's eyes. I don't remember," I lied, hating myself for it. "Everything's a blur." Dr. Patel nodded, though I could see the doubt in his eyes. "That's not uncommon with traumatic experiences. Your mind might be protecting you. The memories may return in time. Or they might not," I thought bitterly. Because who would want to remember an encounter with a creature that shouldn't exist? "When can I go home?" I asked, suddenly desperate to escape the confines of the hospital, to be alone with my thoughts. "We'd like to keep you for observation for another day or two," Dr. Patel replied. "You're still at risk for infection, and we want to monitor your recovery." I nodded resignedly, settling back into the bed. As the doctor left, promising to check on me later, I found myself alone with my thoughts once again. The day passed in a haze of medical checks, bland hospital food, and fitful attempts at sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature's face, felt its hot breath on my skin, heard its impossible vocalizations. As evening fell, casting long shadows across my room, a new visitor arrived. It was Sarah, the paramedic who had been part of the rescue team. "Hey there," she said softly, stepping into the room. "I hope you don't mind me dropping by. I wanted to see how you were doing." I managed a weak smile. "Thanks. I'm surviving, I guess." Sarah pulled up a chair, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Tom, I couldn't help but overhear some of what you told the police officer yesterday about what attacked you." My heart rate quickened. "Oh?" I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. She leaned in, lowering her voice. "Listen, I've been a paramedic in this area for over a decade. I've seen my share of animal attacks, accidents, you name it. But what happened to you? It doesn't fit any of that." For a moment, hope flared in my chest. Was it possible? Had I finally found someone who might believe me? "What are you saying?" I asked cautiously. Sarah glanced towards the door as if checking we were alone, then turned back to me. "I'm saying that I've heard stories, whispers really, about things in those woods that can't be explained, things that shouldn't exist." I sat up straighter, ignoring the pain that shot through my body. "You mean, you believe me?" She held up a hand, her expression conflicted. "I'm not saying I believe in Bigfoot or anything like that, but I am saying that I've seen enough in my career to know that there are things out there we can't explain, and whatever happened to you out there, it was one of those things." Relief washed over me. So intense it brought tears to my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered. "You have no idea what it means to hear someone say that." Sarah reached out, patting my hand gently. "I can't imagine what you've been through, Tom, but I want you to know that you're not alone. There are others who've had experiences in those woods." My mind raced with questions, but before I could ask any of them, Sarah stood up. "I should go. But listen, when you get out of here, if you need someone to talk to who won't think you're crazy, here's my number." She scribbled on a piece of paper and handed it to me. As she turned to leave, she paused at the door. "Oh, and Tom, be careful who you tell your story to. Not everyone is as open-minded. Take care of yourself." With that, she was gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts once more. I stared at the piece of paper in my hand, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation. On one hand, I wasn't alone. There were others who had experienced the inexplicable in those woods. But on the other hand, Sarah's warning echoed in my mind. Be careful who you tell your story to. As night fell, I found myself staring out the window at the distant silhouette of the Sawtooth Mountains. Somewhere out there, the creature was still roaming free. The symbols on my chest seemed to burn, a constant reminder of my encounter. I knew then that my life would never be the same. The world I thought I knew had been irrevocably changed. Bigfoot was real, and for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom, it had chosen me. As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling in my mind. This wasn't over. Somehow, some way, I would find the truth. And when I did, the world would never be the same again. The rhythmic beeping of hospital monitors had become a constant backdrop to my thoughts, a reminder of where I was and why. As morning light filtered through the blinds, I found myself staring at the ceiling, replaying the events of the past 2 days in my mind. The camping trip, the attack, the terrifying chase through the forest. It all seemed like a nightmare, but the pain coursing through my body was a stark reminder of its reality. A soft knock on the door pulled me from my reverie. Dr. Patel entered, followed by a man and woman I didn't recognize. The man wore a ranger uniform while the woman was dressed in casual clothing, but had an air of authority about her. "Good morning, Mr. Johnson," Dr. Patel said, his voice gentle. "How are you feeling today?" I managed a weak smile. "About as well as can be expected, I guess." Dr. Patel nodded sympathetically before gesturing to his companions. "This is Ranger Mike Collins and Dr. Emily Stern from the Department of Fish and Wildlife." They'd like to ask you a few questions about your incident in the forest if you're up for it. My heart rate quickened, causing the monitor to beat more rapidly. I knew this moment would come, but I still felt unprepared. How could I possibly explain what had happened without sounding completely insane? "Sure," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll do my best." Ranger Collins stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Mr. Johnson, we understand you've been through a traumatic experience. We're just trying to piece together what happened out there. Can you walk us through the events leading up to your rescue?" I took a deep breath, wincing slightly at the pain in my ribs. I was camping in the Sawtooth National Forest. It was supposed to be a solo trip, just a few days to clear my head. Everything was fine until it wasn't. "What changed?" Dr. Stern asked, her pen poised over a notepad. I closed my eyes, the memories flooding back with vivid clarity. It was the second night. I heard something outside my tent. At first I thought it was just wildlife, maybe a bear. But then, my voice trailed off as I remembered the terrifying moment when I realized what was out there was no ordinary animal. "Then what, Mr. Johnson?" Ranger Collins prompted gently. I opened my eyes, looking directly at them. Then I saw it. It was massive, covered in fur, standing on two legs. It attacked my tent, and I ran. I could see the skepticism creeping into their expressions, but I pressed on. "I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. But I'm telling you, this wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. It was something else." Dr. Stern leaned forward, her voice carefully neutral. "Mr. Johnson, in your initial report, you mentioned that this creature pursued you?" I nodded, feeling a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "It chased me through the forest. I've never seen anything move like that. So fast, so purposeful. It wasn't just acting on instinct. It was hunting me." Ranger Collins and Dr. Stern exchanged glances. I could practically see the words trauma-induced hallucination passing between them. "And the marks on your chest?" Ranger Collins asked. "Can you explain those?" My hand instinctively went to my bandaged chest, feeling the phantom pain of the strange symbols carved there. The creature, it caught me, pinned me down. I thought it was going to kill me, but instead it carved something into my chest. Symbols I didn't recognize. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound the steady beep of the heart monitor. I could see they were struggling to reconcile my account with their understanding of the natural world. Finally, Dr. Stern spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "Mr. Johnson, I want you to know that we take your experience seriously. Trauma can affect memory and perception in complex ways. What you're describing, it sounds like elements of various wildlife encounters, combined with the stress and fear of being lost in the wilderness." I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. "I know what I saw," I insisted, my voice rising slightly. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you the truth. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a mountain lion. It was... God, I know how this sounds, but it was Bigfoot. Or something like it." Ranger Collins held up a placating hand. "Mr. Johnson, no one is accusing you of lying. We're just trying to understand what happened. The forest can be a dangerous place, and the mind can play tricks on us when we're scared and alone." I slumped back against the pillows, suddenly feeling exhausted. "You don't believe me," I said, defeat creeping into my voice. "We believe that you went through a terrifying ordeal," Dr. Stern said softly, "and we want to help you process that experience. But we also have a responsibility to investigate based on known wildlife patterns and behaviors." I turned my head away, staring out the window at the distant mountains. Somewhere out there, the creature was still roaming free, while I lay here, dismissed as a traumatized victim of an ordinary animal attack. "Is there anything else you can tell us?" Ranger Collins asked. "Anything that might help us understand what happened?" I considered telling them about the strange vocalizations, the almost human-like intelligence I'd seen in the creature's eyes. But what was the point? They'd already made up their minds. "No," I said finally, my voice flat. "There's nothing else." Dr. Patel, who had been silent throughout the exchange, stepped forward. "I think that's enough for now. Mr. Johnson needs his rest." As they filed out of the room, I heard Dr. Stern murmur to Ranger Collins, "Poor guy. The mind can create quite vivid scenarios to cope with trauma." The door closed behind them, leaving me alone with my thoughts once more. I felt a crushing sense of isolation settle over me. I was alone with the truth, a truth no one would ever believe. I closed my eyes, feeling the phantom pain of the symbols on my chest. They were proof of what I'd experienced, a constant reminder that I wasn't crazy. But they were hidden beneath bandages, soon to fade into scars that would be easily explained away. As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling in my mind. Bigfoot was real. I had seen it, fought it, survived it. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. The creature was still out there, and for reasons I couldn't begin to understand, it had chosen me. The truth was a burden I would have to bear alone. But as I slipped into unconsciousness, I made a silent vow. I would find a way to prove what had happened. Somehow, someday, the world would know the truth about what lurked in the shadows of the forest. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across my hospital room as I sat on the edge of the bed, wincing at the pain that shot through my body with each movement. Dr. Patel had just finished changing my bandages, his face a mask of professional concern as he examined the strange symbols carved into my chest. "These are healing well," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "But I must admit, Mr. Johnson, I've never seen lacerations quite like these before." I looked down at the marks, still raw and angry against my skin. "What do you think caused them, Doctor?" Dr. Patel hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Honestly, I'm not sure. They're too precise to be from a fall or animal attack, at least any animal I'm familiar with. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were deliberately carved." My heart raced at his words. Here was a medical professional, someone trained to observe and analyze, admitting that my injuries didn't fit any normal explanation. But before I could press him further, a knock at the door interrupted us. Two forest rangers entered the room, their expressions serious. I recognized one of them as Mike Collins from earlier, but the other was new. A stern-looking woman with graying hair pulled back in a tight bun. "Mr. Johnson," Ranger Collins said, nodding in greeting. "This is Senior Ranger Patricia Hawkins. We'd like to ask you a few more questions about your experience in the forest, if you're up for it." I nodded, steeling myself for another round of disbelief and skepticism. "Sure, go ahead." As Dr. Patel excused himself, Ranger Hawkins pulled up a chair, her piercing gaze fixed on me. "Mr. Johnson, we've been over the area where you were found, and frankly, things aren't adding up. Can you walk us through your movements again?" I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. I was at my campsite when I first heard it. The creature. I ran into the forest, trying to escape. It chased me for what felt like hours. I fell down an embankment at some point, ended up in the river. After that, it's a bit of a blur. I remember being caught, the creature pinning me down, carving these symbols into my chest. Then, nothing until I was found. Ranger Collins frowned, consulting a map he'd pulled from his pocket. "The thing is, Mr. Johnson, we found your campsite. It was completely undisturbed. No signs of any large animal, no tracks, nothing to indicate the kind of struggle you're describing." I felt a cold knot form in the pit of my stomach. That's impossible. The creature tore my tent apart. There must have been signs. Ranger Hawkins leaned forward, her voice sharp. "Mr. Johnson, we take reports of wildlife encounters very seriously, but we also have a responsibility to separate fact from fiction. Are you absolutely certain about what you saw?" I met her gaze, anger and frustration bubbling up inside me. "I know what I saw, Ranger. I know what happened to me. That thing out there, it wasn't a bear, it wasn't a mountain lion, it was something that shouldn't exist. The Rangers exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. Ranger Collins cleared his throat. "Mr. Johnson, we found some unusual tracks near the river where you were discovered. They don't match any known wildlife in the area." For a moment, hope flared in my chest. "You see? I'm not making this up. What did the tracks look like?" Ranger Hawkins held up a hand. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The tracks were partial, badly degraded by the water. They could be a combination of different animals, or simply distorted by the terrain." My hope deflated as quickly as it had risen. They still didn't believe me. "Look," I said, my voice rising with frustration. "I know how this sounds. I know you think I'm crazy or lying or hallucinating. But I'm telling you the truth. That thing out there, it's real, it's dangerous, and it's still out there." Ranger Collins sighed, his expression softening slightly. "Mr. Johnson, no one is accusing you of lying. We understand you've been through a traumatic experience, but you have to understand our position. We can't launch a full-scale search based on a description of a creature that, well, that doesn't exist?" I finished bitterly. Ranger Hawkins stood up, her face impassive. "We'll continue to investigate, Mr. Johnson. If there is a dangerous animal in those woods, we'll find it. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your recovery." As they turned to leave, a sudden thought struck me. "Wait," I called out. "The symbols on my chest. Have you seen anything like them before? In the forest, maybe? Cave paintings, markings on trees, anything?" The Rangers paused, exchanging another unreadable look. Finally, Ranger Collins spoke. We have come across some unusual markings in remote areas of the forest. Nothing conclusive, mind you. Probably just graffiti from hikers or what?" I pressed, sensing there was more he wasn't saying. Ranger Hawkins cut in, her voice firm. "Or nothing, Mr. Johnson. As my colleague said, nothing conclusive. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have an investigation to continue." As the door closed behind them, I slumped back against the pillows, a mix of emotions churning inside me. They had found tracks they couldn't explain, markings that echoed the symbols on my chest. It wasn't much, but it was something. A tiny shred of evidence that I wasn't completely insane. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough to make anyone believe the full truth of what I'd experienced. As the afternoon light faded into evening, I found myself staring out the window at the distant mountains, my mind racing. The creature was still out there. I knew it with a certainty that chilled me to the bone. And somehow, for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom, it had chosen me. The symbols on my chest weren't just random marks. They meant something. But what? As night fell, casting long shadows across my room, I made a decision. The authorities might not believe me, but I couldn't just let this go. Once I was out of this hospital, I would find the truth. I would prove what had happened to me, no matter the cost. Because if I didn't, who knew who might be the creature's next victim? The thought of someone else going through what I had experienced, or worse, was unbearable. With grim determination, I began to plan. The road ahead would be difficult, fraught with danger and disbelief. But I had no choice. The truth was out there, hidden in the depths of the forest. And somehow, someway, I would find it. As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, the symbols on my chest seemed to burn, a constant reminder of the unbelievable truth I now carried. Bigfoot was real. And this was only the beginning. The soft glow of dawn was just beginning to filter through the hospital room window as I stirred from another fitful sleep. My body ached, a constant reminder of the ordeal I had endured. As I slowly sat up, wincing at the pain that shot through my ribs, I caught sight of my reflection in the small mirror on the opposite wall. The man staring back at me was almost unrecognizable, pale, haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, and a haunted look that seemed etched into his features. A gentle knock on the door pulled me from my self-examination. Sarah, the paramedic who had been part of my rescue team, poked her head in. "Morning, Tom," she said softly. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. I just wanted to check in before my shift starts." I managed a weak smile. "Not at all. Come in." Sarah entered, closing the door behind her. She studied me for a moment, her expression a mix of concern and something else, curiosity, perhaps. "How are you holding up?" I let out a bitter laugh. "Physically or mentally? Because I'm not sure which is worse at this point." She pulled up a chair, her voice lowering. "I can only imagine. Listen, Tom, I've been thinking about what you told me, about what happened out there." My heart rate quickened. "And?" Sarah hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "I've been a paramedic in this area for over a decade. I've seen my share of animal attacks, accidents, you name it. But what happened to you? It doesn't fit any of that." For a moment, hope flared in my chest. "You believe me?" She held up a hand. "I'm not saying I believe in Bigfoot or anything like that, but I am saying that I've seen enough in my career to know that there are things out there we can't explain. And whatever happened to you out there, it was one of those things." Relief washed over me, so intense it brought tears to my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered. "You have no idea what it means to hear someone say that." Sarah leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "Tom, there's something else. Those symbols on your chest. I've seen something like them before." My breath caught in my throat. "What? Where?" "A few years back we had a call out to a remote part of the forest. A hiker had fallen and broken his leg. While we were waiting for the airlift, I wandered a bit and found this cave. There were markings on the walls, symbols that looked a lot like what's on your chest." My mind raced with the implications. "Did you tell anyone? The rangers?" Sarah shook her head. "At the time I thought it was just some old Native American artwork or maybe graffiti from other hikers. But after seeing your injuries, I'm not so sure anymore." I sat up straighter, ignoring the pain that shot through my body. "Sarah, this is huge. We need to go back there, document it, show people." "Whoa, slow down," she interrupted, placing a gentle hand on my arm. "You're in no condition to go anywhere right now. And besides, even if we did find the cave again, what then? You really think people are going to believe it's connected to some creature in the woods?" The truth of her words hit me like a punch to the gut. Of course she was right. Even with physical evidence, who would believe my story? The creature, Bigfoot, had disappeared without a trace. The forest rangers had found nothing at my campsite. It was my word against the entire scientific community. "So what am I supposed to do?" I asked, despair creeping into my voice. "Just forget it ever happened? Pretend I didn't see what I saw?" Sarah squeezed my arm gently. "No. You survive. You heal. And you be careful who you tell your story to. Not everyone is as open-minded about these things." As if on cue, there was another knock at the door. Dr. Patel entered, followed by a man in a suit I didn't recognize. "Good morning, Mr. Johnson," Dr. Patel said, his tone professional. "This is Dr. Reeves, a psychiatrist. Given the traumatic nature of your experience, we thought it might be helpful for you to talk to someone." I felt a surge of panic. A psychiatrist? They really did think I was crazy. Dr. Reeves stepped forward, his smile practiced and reassuring. "Mr. Johnson, I understand you've been through a terrifying ordeal. I'm here to help you process that experience and work through any lingering trauma." I glanced at Sarah, who gave me a subtle nod before standing. "I should get going. Take care, Tom." As she left, I felt as if my last lifeline was walking out the door. I turned back to Dr. Reeves, trying to keep my voice steady. "With all due respect, doctor, I don't need a psychiatrist. I know what I saw out there." Dr. Reeves nodded sympathetically. "I understand, and I'm not here to challenge your perception of events. But trauma can affect our minds in complex ways. Sometimes our brains create narratives to help us cope with experiences that are too difficult to process." I clenched my fists, frustration building. You think I imagined it all? The chase? The attack? These symbols on my chest? Not at all, Dr. Reeves said soothingly. Your injuries are very real, Mr. Johnson. But the mind can play tricks on us when we're in extreme situations. Fear, exhaustion, the will to survive. They can all contribute to experiences that feel incredibly real, but may not reflect objective reality. I turned away, staring out the window at the distant mountains. Somewhere out there, the creature was still roaming free, while I sat here being told that my mind had conjured it all up. Mr. Johnson, Dr. Reeves continued, I'd like to schedule some sessions with you. We can work through your experience, help you come to terms with what happened. I knew then that I was fighting a losing battle. No one would ever believe the full truth of what I'd experienced. The creature had vanished without a trace, leaving me with nothing but scars and a story too incredible for anyone to accept. Fine, I said finally, my voice flat. Whatever you think is best. As Dr. Reeves and Dr. Patel left, discussing treatment plans in hushed tones, I felt a crushing sense of isolation settle over me. I was alone with the truth, a truth that would forever set me apart from the world I once knew. I closed my eyes, feeling the phantom pain of the symbols on my chest. They were proof of what I'd experienced, a constant reminder that I wasn't crazy. But they were hidden beneath bandages, soon to fade into scars that would be easily explained away. As the day wore on, I found myself staring out the window at the forest in the distance. The creature was out there. I knew it with every fiber of my being, and somehow, I knew this wasn't over. For reasons I couldn't begin to understand, it had chosen me. The truth was a burden I would have to bear alone. But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across my room, I made a silent vow. I would find a way to prove what had happened. Somehow, someday, the world would know the truth about what lurked in the shadows of the forest. Because if I didn't, who knew who might be the creature's next victim? The thought of someone else going through what I had experienced, or worse, was unbearable. With grim determination, I began to plan. The road ahead would be difficult, fraught with danger and disbelief. But I had no choice. The truth was out there, hidden in the depths of the forest. And somehow, some way, I would find it. As night fell, the symbols on my chest seemed to burn, a constant reminder of the unbelievable truth I now carried. Bigfoot was real, and this was only the beginning. The soft hum of the hospital's air conditioning system filled the room as I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the discharge papers in my hand. After 2 days of tests, questions, and disbelief, I was finally being released. The physical wounds were healing, but the mental scars, those felt as fresh as the moment I first laid eyes on the creature in the forest. Dr. Patel entered the room, his expression a mixture of professional concern and barely concealed skepticism. Well, Mr. Johnson, it looks like you're ready to go home. How are you feeling? I managed a weak smile. Physically? Better? Mentally? I'm not so sure. He nodded, his voice taking on a gentle tone. That's to be expected after such a traumatic experience. I've scheduled a follow-up appointment with Dr. Reeves for next week. I strongly recommend you attend. I bit back a bitter retort. What I needed wasn't a psychiatrist, but someone who would believe me. Instead, I simply nodded. I'll be there. As Dr. Patel left, a nurse entered with a wheelchair. Hospital policy, she explained, as she helped me into it. The short journey from my room to the hospital entrance felt surreal. Just days ago, I had been fighting for my life in the depths of the Sawtooth National Forest. Now I was being wheeled out into the bright Idaho sunshine as if nothing had happened. My friend Mike was waiting by his car, his face a mask of concern. Jesus, Tom, he said as he helped me into the passenger seat. You look like hell. I let out a humorless chuckle. You should see the other guy. Mike's expression tightened. Yeah, about that. Tom, what really happened out there? For a moment, I considered telling him everything. About the creature, the chase, the strange symbols carved into my chest. But as I opened my mouth, I caught sight of the skeptical look in his eyes. It was the same look I'd seen from the doctors, the rangers, everyone who'd heard my story. "I don't know, Mike," I lied, the words tasting bitter in my mouth. "It's all a blur. Animal attack, they think. I was lucky to survive." He nodded, seemingly relieved that I wasn't going to launch into some crazy tale. "Well, you're safe now. That's what matters." The drive to my apartment was quiet, the silence broken only by Mike's occasional attempts at small talk. I responded with monosyllables, my mind 1,000 miles away, back in those dark woods. As we pulled up to my building, Mike turned to me, his expression serious. "Listen, Tom, I know this has been rough on you. If you need anything at all, you call me, okay?" I nodded, managing a small smile. "Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it." Inside my apartment, the familiar surroundings felt alien, as if I was seeing them through new eyes. Everything was exactly as I'd left it before my ill-fated camping trip, but nothing felt the same. How could it, when I knew what was out there? I made my way to the bathroom, wincing at the pain that still shot through my body with each movement. Slowly, carefully, I removed my shirt and the bandages covering my chest. There, in the harsh fluorescent light, I saw them clearly for the first time. The strange symbols the creature had carved into my flesh. They were healing, but still angry and red against my skin. I traced them with my fingers, remembering the terror of that moment when the creature had pinned me down, its massive form looming over me as it etched these marks into my body. What did they mean? Why had the creature chosen me? The questions swirled in my mind, unanswerable and maddening. A sudden noise from outside my window made me jump, my heart racing. Logically, I knew I was safe here in my apartment, miles away from the forest. But logic had little place in my world now. I moved to the window, peering out at the street below. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual bustle of city life. But as I turned away, something caught my eye. Across the street, at the edge of a small park, stood a figure. Tall, unnaturally so, and covered in what looked like fur. My breath caught in my throat. It couldn't be. Not here, not now. I blinked, and the figure was gone. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. A figment of my traumatized imagination. But the fear remained, a cold knot in the pit of my stomach. I closed the curtains, my hands shaking. Even here, in the safety of my home, I couldn't escape the lingering terror of what I'd experienced. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, jumping at every sound, seeing shadows move in every corner. As night fell, I found myself standing at the edge of the small park across from my apartment building. The same spot where I thought I'd seen the figure earlier. The rational part of my mind knew this was madness. The creature, Bigfoot, was back in the Sawtooth National Forest, if it even existed at all. But another part of me, the part that still felt the phantom pain of those symbols on my chest, wasn't so sure. As I stood there, the wind rustling through the trees, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Except, I had heard it before. In the forest. I spun around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. But there was nothing there, just empty sidewalks and parked cars. "Get a grip, Tom," I muttered to myself, running a shaky hand through my hair. "You're losing it." But as I turned to head back to my apartment, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There, carved into the trunk of a nearby tree, were symbols, the same symbols that were etched into my chest. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not now. I reached out, my fingers tracing the rough edges of the carved symbols. They were real, tangible proof that I wasn't going crazy. Or were they? How long had this tree been here? Had I simply never noticed these markings before? Or had they appeared recently? A message meant just for me? I stumbled back, my mind reeling. The truth I'd been so desperate to prove was right here in front of me, but I realized with a sinking feeling that it changed nothing. Who would believe me? A tree with some strange carvings proved nothing about the existence of Bigfoot. As I made my way back to my apartment, I felt the weight of my knowledge pressing down on me. The creature was real. It was out there. And for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom, it had chosen me. I locked my door, checking it twice, then 3 times. I knew it was futile. If the creature wanted to get to me, a locked door wouldn't stop it. But it gave me a small sense of security, however false. As I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I knew sleep would be impossible. Every creak of the building, every distant sound from the street outside sent my heart racing. The symbols on my chest seemed to burn, a constant reminder of the unbelievable truth I now carried. Bigfoot was real. I had seen it, fought it, survived it. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. The carved tree outside was proof of that. The creature had followed me, marked its territory right outside my home. As the first light of dawn began to filter through my curtains, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows, seeing the creature around every corner. I had to do something. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone and dialed the number Sarah, the paramedic, had given me. As it rang, I steeled myself for what I knew I had to do. I was going back to the forest, back to where it all began. I had to find answers, had to understand why the creature had chosen me. It was madness, I knew, but it was the only way to end this nightmare. As Sarah's groggy voice answered, I took a deep breath. "Sarah, it's Tom. I need your help. We're going back to that cave you told me about." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then, "Are you sure about this, Tom?" I glanced at the window, imagining the carved tree just outside. "I'm sure. I need to know the truth, Sarah, whatever it takes." As I hung up the phone, I felt a mix of terror and determination wash over me. I was going back to face my nightmare, but this time I wouldn't be running away. This time I was going to find answers. The symbols on my chest seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Whatever happened next, I knew my life would never be the same again. The hunt for the truth about Bigfoot had only just begun.